Good morning. Welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission. We are on the record in case number 9648, which is the triennial programmatic review of the EmPOWER programs for the years 2021 through 2023. Today, we will be receiving presentations from 4 of the program administrators, including Delmarva Power, PEPCO, the Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as the Baltimore Gas and Electric Company. Each of these presentations will last between 1.5 hours and 2 hours today. Before we get started, I'd like to return to an issue that I brought to the attention of a number of utilities yesterday with respect to staff's request regarding projected surcharges for some behavioral and administrative costs. I inquired if the 4 utilities would be able to provide this information to staff by Friday, November the 13th. And the utilities were going to confer and respond after lunch. Are the utilities in a position to provide their responses at this time, beginning with the PHI companies?
Good morning, Chairman. William Ellis on behalf of PHI. Yes, we will be able to provide that data by November the 13th.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Baltimore Gas and Electric. Perhaps BG&E has not joined us yet. I'll ask them later this afternoon. Is there a representative from the Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative?
Good morning. Jennifer Raley's on for Southern Maryland Electric. Yes, we will be able to provide that by November 13th.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Raley. At this point, we will begin with the presentations today. I believe that the PHI companies consisting of Delmarva and PEPCO will be making a joint presentation. I'll turn it over to the representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission. Amanda Nate Gillespie will be controlling our presentation today, and the presentation will be given by myself, William Ellis, and Megan Partridge.
Well, I'm sorry, there's seems to be a firewall issue with our computers that are not letting me share. I'm trying to rectify that right now.
Okay, we'll go off the record until we resolve this issue.
I need to close out of Cisco. I'll be right back. Amanda, I am back. Could you pass that presenter to me again? Okay.
There we go. Mr. Gillespie, if you could just expand that into slide view. There we go, full screen.
Chairman, we're ready to proceed when you're back on the record.
Okay, we are back on the record.
Thank you. And again, William Ellis on behalf of PEPCO and Delmarva Power. As Doug Michael stated, Commission, this will be my last EmPOWER hearing. Moving over to government external affairs, but I would like to take the time within this presentation to talk a little bit about the strategy and the pillars behind our 2021 to 2023 plan, as well as take a minute to thank not only the commission, but all my peers for the help and guidance they have given me over the years within the EmPOWER Maryland program. Nate, you can move to slide 3, please. Chairman Stanton complimented PHI on having the highest amount of energy savings thus far within the cycle. And we are thankful for that congratulatory statement. But I believe that only happens with having such a great utility and EmPOWER Maryland working group and collaborating. So I would definitely like to thank BGE, PE, SMECO, and Jeff Shaw for just always sharing best practices and collaborating constantly for the betterment of our customers. On Monday, Commissioner Linton stated that while we have shown energy savings through Q1, Q2 2020, energy usage for residential customers has increased during this time. And I think that shows that there is still a very important role for EE to play in the state. And I think for PHI, our residential usage increased by about 11%. I think that was in August before the start of COVID, and our commercial usage was down. But I think what if our programs were not in place, what that usage would have been, probably in upwards of 25 or 40% increase, if not more. I came over to DSM in 2012 when PHI was behind on meeting our EmPOWER goals. But the team worked extremely hard during that time to catch up and meet, and then ultimately exceed that 2015 goal. There were a lot of long nights and evenings in the community focused on increasing engagement and program awareness and participation in the programs. The partnerships with Prince George's County and Erica Bannerman, as well as Montgomery County and the Department of Environmental Protection, helped us, to overall tweak our programs and messaging to resonate with our customers and increase adoption. Just recently in January, the team and I on Sunday went to Mount Enon Baptist Church in Clinton, Maryland, to educate customers on energy efficiency. We got there a little bit before 8 to set up our booth before the 9 a.m. service to discuss energy efficiency programs. We stayed through the 9 a.m. service, through the 11 a.m. service, and even afterwards to talk to customers around how they can save energy. And really thankful for the team for that dedication. And one of the things in that community event stood out to me in that while we talked to about 300 to 400 different customers, it was about 15 to 20% of those customers that came to us and said, yes, I participate in that program. I applied for a rebate. But they all stopped because I think that they too knew the impact on what these programs do in helping our customers save money. Nate, if you can go to slide 4. And so fast forward in 2 months from that January event, the COVID hit, an unprecedented pandemic that has changed our thoughts on energy efficiency and how we offer our programs to our customers that we spoke about a little bit in our semi-annual report on Monday. Around that same time, another pandemic hit us as well that we're still grappling with, and that is racial inequity and inequalities across America. Starting with the Central Park bird watching incident to Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and as well as the horrific killing of George Floyd, 2020 will be synonymous with the words, "I can't breathe." Us in energy efficiency have always understood the words, "I can't breathe," and I believe our mission in the simplest form is to help customers breathe. We know every kilowatt saved in our programs goes to reduce GHG emissions in the state. I even personally impacted with having asthmas and spending many nights as a kid in the emergency room, being on some sort of ventilator or inhaler, trying to help myself get breathing under control. And so knowing how important that is and the work that we do each and every day. We know the important job that our contracting community has done working in the front lines, even during this time, to increase indoor air quality and eliminate health and safety concerns so our customers can breathe a little easily in their homes. And for that, I do want to say thank you to the contracting community for their partnership. When I started in 2012, our focus was solely on achieving energy efficiency savings. As you can see by the slide, we had a lot of ground to make up to meet the 2015 EmPOWER goal, and every kilowatt was so important. And as we got on track around 2014, we were able to step up our game and think a little bit more around cost effectiveness as another mandate in our legislation. And I think in 2017, we probably peaked at our highest cost effectiveness of the state, achieving net benefits in upwards of 200 million. In the last cycle, in the 2018 to 2020 cycle, we were able to add even additional pillars to our EmPOWER Maryland goals. And those pillars including ensuring that we had holistic program offerings and monitoring our cost impact. So not only did we have a plan to meet the 2% goal and making sure our portfolio achieved a high level of cost effectiveness, we also wanted to see deep energy retrofits and then try as much as possible to keep our overall program costs flat compared to the 2015 to 2017 cycle. Now, as we look forward to the next 3 years, we have another goal. And for me, probably our most important goal, and that is equity. We want to ensure that customers who need our help the most can benefit from the programs that we implement. We used to say at PHI, we have a portfolio where all customers can participate and benefit from our programs. But that's not equity, that's equality. Equity is creating specific programs that address the socioeconomic barriers that our customers may be facing that may be preventing them from participating in our programs. That could be increasing incentives for our home performance with Energy Star for certain communities. It could be adding financing for churches or nonprofits, or expanding our quick home energy checkup program to include more holistic offerings such as a smart thermostat. It is also partnering with stores in our LMI community to ensure that the baseline or the cheapest appliance that is on the sales floor is Energy Star certified, with our shift program that Potomac Edison mentioned yesterday. Or it could be something as simple as ensuring that our messages and our marketing resonates with our communities and minimizes language barriers. We are all concerned with the cost of these programs, and rightfully so. Even as these programs exceed a cost effectiveness ratio of 1, we understand the need to ensure that the dollars that are spent and what our customers are paying for is only what is needed to achieve the goals, especially during this time. We have a portfolio of over $350 million over the 2021 to 2023 program cycle, but I'm happy to state that over 68% of that is incentives that goes directly back to customers. In our plan, we also budgeted about $300,000 to go towards increasing equity in our business community. We wanted to ensure that the funding for these programs go to create local jobs and, more importantly, hopefully create local businesses within this growing clean energy field. We heard from our contractor community yesterday, and I must say one of my proudest achievements in the time of EE is in relation to our small business program. Our small business program, which we started back in 2013, is definitely a difficult program to manage, as in we have an open trade ally network. I believe at the peak of our small business program, we had over 100 trade allies participating in this program. And most of them was local, and most of them were started due to the EmPOWER Maryland program. I witnessed personally the growth of this program and the ability to break down barriers in our community and establish trust that only comes from a diversified trade ally network that our contractor community has put forth. As the programs have matured, we were able to reduce incentives from 80% at the start of small business now down to 70%, as well as still to increase participation and adoptions. In our plan, we want to increase our focus on opportunity zones, strengthen our partnerships with churches, nonprofits, Goodwill stores, and other businesses whose core mission is to serve our LMI community. So we think there's a valuable opportunity there. Lastly, I think you'll see in this plan that Megan Partridge will talk a little bit in detail in terms of specific programs. a concerted effort to continue to drive innovation. As the low-hanging fruit from lighting evaporates, we need programs to make up that difference to continue to hit that 2% goal. One of my favorite programs within this portfolio is our subscription kit pilot. It's not a typical kit program where you send to customers hoping that they install the measures or one and done and that's it. This program understands the long-term implications of COVID, where customers are more busier than ever, juggling virtual jobs, having their kids in virtual schools, and as we all are accustomed to, spending countless hours on Zoom and Teams. This program focuses on continuous engagement, giving customers personalized options, capitalizing on the unboxing experience that we love so much from Amazon. Your first kit could be an Alexa kit that has a couple of measures, 2 or 3, such as a smart thermostat or a smart plug that you can use for your coffee pot or a lamp that can give you energy savings. The next month or month after that, you could have a virtual office kit with some smart strips and some LED lights for your office lamps as customers spend more time in their virtual office setting. As customers install these products, they fill out a survey and then they can choose the next kit. And so I really like this program because it's focused on continuous engagement. And as customers take actions, we walk them through a journey that they can do in their home to save additional energy. Lastly, we also have a pilot that Megan will discuss, exploring savings without incentives through education and timely communication. As I mentioned before, our largest cost driver is incentives. And we believe that if we can explore programs where we don't have to give as much incentives, but information around life cycle costs and other information to help our customers make better and smarter consumer choices, that can ultimately bring down the choice of the program. So I'll stop there and turn it over to Megan to go through a deep detail, but hopefully this has provided a little background on our strategy behind our 2021 plan. And I'll close by saying I just appreciate the opportunity to grow in this field in my career. And I look forward to continuing to partner with the stakeholders as well as the commission on any future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. This is Megan Partridge.
Ms. Partridge, your audio is a little bit shaky. Perhaps you could turn off your video and that might help.
Here we go. Is this better?
So good.
Great. Thank you so much. So again, I wanted to also say to Will, to Mr. Ellis, that I've worked on the team for 5 years now, or almost 6 years, and have appreciated his leadership and, allowing the team to come together and really develop such a strong portfolio. So looking at the coming cycle, as Will mentioned, one of the key guiding pillars that we had identified was around the importance of customer benefits and cost effectiveness. And as you'll see in these slides, both our PEPCO and our Delmarva Power portfolios are cost effective. So for the entire population, for every dollar spent on programs, the community receives $1.72 in the case of PEPCO and $1.35 in the case of Delmarva Power. But perhaps also important is the participant cost test. And you'll see that for every dollar that we spend on the programs, customers who participate get about between $4 and $6 back. So what this points to is that those customers that choose to participate can easily not just recover the cost of the program to themselves, but in fact realize substantial return. I think that we could all say that if we could get a 400% return on any of our investments, we'd be doing a lot more of them. So a residential customer could easily overcome the surcharge by installing a smart thermostat, or recycle a refrigerator, which is more than doubling the offset, or installing 10 LED bulbs. In developing this portfolio, which, as we know, it is cost effective, we were also as both realistic in terms of what we can achieve and what it costs to achieve, but we strove throughout the design process to be self-critical in terms of what it really will cost us, so that we are confident that we can stay within budget and meet goal throughout the cycle, including any unforeseen circumstances. But also giving ourselves the flexibility to deliver and to adapt to the changing market conditions and really meet the unique needs of all of our customers, as Will mentioned. Moving to the next slide, Nate. The second of our guiding pillars is something that's near and dear to my heart, and is around the focus on innovation and personalization of our programs. PHI continues to lead the industry in cutting edge offerings, and have over the years pushed ourselves to deliver new and innovative programs to deliver the most benefit to our customers. So I'm not going to go into all of these right now. We'll go into a little bit more detail towards the end of this presentation. But I think what's important to note here is that we approached our pilots, our innovation efforts across a couple of key areas. One is meeting customers where they are. So understanding not just what our current delivery looks like, but what in those customers who we're reaching, but what are the customers that we're not reaching? What are their barriers to participation? And thinking through those holistically, and then identifying opportunities to move beyond them. I know that two of one of the pilots that Will mentioned, the energy efficiency kits, looks to tailor an energy efficiency program that is in line with other delivery mechanisms and other in other parts of the economy right now. I'm sure many of you have seen the proliferation of kits ranging from beauty products to monthly journaling updates. And so here it's something that is comfortable and familiar in the market, something that is popular and been vetted as a delivery mechanism, but translating that into realizable energy savings in a way that it targets the genuine interests and preferences of a certain subset of customers. We also continue to look for ways to really leverage our AMI metering. So we continue to build our smart home pilot out, and I'll talk a little bit more detail on that later. But we also are looking to explore the My Energy Target offering, where rather than providing a simple neighborhood comparison, looking at that next step and providing customers with the specific target based on their usage patterns, their home characteristics, and giving them something to work towards, and then rewarding them based on how close to that target they get. And then, the other two big questions in terms of how we thought through the innovation and modernization of our portfolio was thinking about what comes next. We've talked about that this is the last EmPOWER cycle mandated by legislation, but there are bills before, or there were, at least in the last legislative session, bills before the State House looking to either extend or modify EmPOWER, and also recognizing the governor's climate action plan and the importance around GHG reductions. And so in identifying our pilots, both the ones that we included as proposed and other items that we would like to pursue once we've done a little bit more internal vetting. But we're looking for opportunities that will move us out of the current space we're in, where we have energy efficiency kind of for the sake of energy efficiency, and energy efficiency, that's strictly speaking around, and looking at how we can adapt current state energy efficiency programs to more broadly address a climate goal or a GHG goal. So moving forward to the last of our guiding pillars, and again, is something that's incredibly important to both PEPCO and Delmarva Power, is the question of inclusion and equity. And as Will noted, equality and equity are not the same thing. And I would take it, a step further that we often, in addressing how to reach or how to adapt energy efficiency programs, or quite frankly, any other social programs, for the lack of a better term, tend to think about it in terms of, well, it's strictly speaking, it's a cost issue. So, if we increase the incentives, that overcomes the barriers to entry. And we decided that that's not the way that we wanted to go after it, at least not exclusively. And so as a company, we brought in an external consultant to host an ideation session, both with, our DSM, some folks from across our DSM organization, but some folks elsewhere within PHI, as well as a couple other outside folks to bring their perspectives as well. And we took it from an approach of trying to understand what different personas, what their motivations are and what their barriers are, and how can we, by having a better understanding of those qualities, to create a path for genuine inclusion and equity rather than, as well noted, equality. And through that, some of the opportunities that we identified were around needing not just information, but having more of a community engagement approach. So identifying individuals in the community who have, an existing trusted relationship, and to overcome some of the other non-financial challenges, but to work internally and to find those individuals in the community who are already a source of resources, not necessarily strictly speaking energy resources, and working with those individuals in the community to serve as an advocate and to provide education about the opportunities that exist, both within the PHI portfolios, as well as providing information on opportunities that might exist through the DHCD programs where appropriate. And we also did a substantial amount of work looking at how our customers are currently being reached, our LMI customers, and understand how we can better serve them. We've worked over the last couple of years to strengthen our coordination and collaboration with DHCD, including, more proactively and aggressively promoting information, such as providing information on the Be Smart programs during our home performance contractor meetings, as well as, providing information through our bilingual lighting flyers that go out and in stores, as well as in food bank events, and other opportunities for cross promotion. And then looking into the next cycle, DHCD program will be referenced rather on the new QHEC mobile tool report that is given to each customer, and we'll be targeting a subset of customers with a direct mail postcard for the BYOD program, which actually should be starting in the coming weeks. Nate, do you want to move forward to the next slide? So, continuing on to more specific details, as our colleagues from Potomac Edison noted yesterday, a lot of our portfolio is building on the experience that we've had over the last decade, learning from the things that have gone well, and modifying and stepping back from those experiments that have not been so successful, and trying to meaningfully learn from them and grow, which means that a lot of our portfolio in this cycle is familiar to everyone here. I'm not going to go through each program in great detail, but I will highlight a few of the more exciting modifications that we've identified for this cycle. But I will note that we continue to rank in the top of the industry. We've gotten recognitions around our small business program. We continue to be recognized by Energy Star as a continuing partner. And we strive to be consistent in our delivery and consistent in the quality and consistent in our ability to deliver for our ratepayers and for all of Maryland's customers. A few notes before we move to the next slide. There are things that are new in this cycle to this list that you may not recognize before. The first is around the schools program, which obviously was, quite successful in Delmarva Power this cycle in the 2018 to 2020 cycle, and we are looking to and excited to hopefully introduce that same program in our PEPCO service territory, as well as expand the program in both territories to include a high school curriculum that offers a different set of curriculum, but also provides meaningful and verifiable education and meaningful and verifiable energy savings. Somewhat different to Potomac Edison's, our program provides the curriculum and kits and verification materials to the teachers and students. So we are not anticipating substantial impacts necessarily to as it relates to COVID. On the C&I side, the two new offerings that we're looking to include that are totally new are around a pay-for-performance virtual commissioning program, as well as introducing a commercial behavioral program that is, a data-driven customer engagement platform. And I'll speak to that in a moment. But Nate, if you want to move forward one more slide. So on the residential program side, I just wanted to highlight a few of the opportunities that we identified to grow and improve our programs. One is within our new homes program, to expand some of the HVAC and water heating equipment, as well as offering incentives for EV charging pre-wiring. While we recognize that the EV charging does not necessarily offer additional energy savings, the cost to install an EV charger, to put in the wiring, the pre-wiring for the EV chargers is substantially more expensive to do it after a home is built rather than during the construction costs. So we see this as both understanding kind of the direction that the industry is taking, and trying to embrace the broader objectives within our new homes program in a fairly low cost manner. We, for the appliance recycling program, in addition to continuing to make available the contactless pickup, at least for the foreseeable future, we also are looking to offer in-store signups. So the customer at the time of purchase at certain retail locations, that they can simultaneously purchase the equipment, get their rebate for the new equipment, and schedule the pickup for the appliance that they are replacing. On the home performance side of things, we are looking to continue to increase the savings from home performance. You know, we were thrilled with the benefits that we saw from moving towards the pay for performance approach within home performance, and the relatively lower cost per megawatt hour for program delivery overall. And we are also looking to introduce an HVAC tune-up program, or reintroduce, as it were, overcoming some of the historical challenges of the previous iteration of the HVAC tune-up program, but looking to create a new opportunity to bridge the connection between the HVAC contractors and the customer, especially as we move towards this midstream model. And then on the QHAC side, we will continue to offer the virtual QHACs, at least so long as the concerns around COVID-19 persist. And as Ms. Banks mentioned earlier in the week, while the in-person QHAC continues to be the more popular and preferred approach, we think it's important to continue to offer this virtual approach, recognizing safety concerns as well as the comfort and safety of all of our customers as well as our contractors. And here, although we did not include this in our proposal, one thing I will note is that in our discussions yesterday internally, we were impressed by the presentations from the geothermal community. And I think that, with the commission's directive, we look forward to having a more in-depth conversation to identify opportunities to incorporate strengthened incentive structures for geothermal programs going forward, that I just note that their case was made strong and we heard it, and we look forward to working with them going forward. Next slide. So looking at on the commercial and industrial side, we've proposed several modifications that I'd like to kind of go through now. The first is around the small business program, and it's returning the qualification threshold to 100 kW, which it was in cycle 2. And our colleagues at Potomac Edison noted yesterday that the industry best practices include customers with demand of up to 100 kW, and in some cases significantly higher than that. And we'd also note that the additional eligible customers account for a very small percentage over current eligible customers. But we will also note that the participation of the 60 to 100 kW customer segment has declined substantially over time. In cycle 2, which was 2012 to 2014, so several years ago, those customers in the 60 to 100 kW range were in fact eligible to participate in the small business program. And if you compare their participation in all programs, so not just small business, but all of the opportunities, in cycle 2, comparing cycle 2 to cycle 4, the participation declined by almost 60% in this population. Customers citing, richer incentives necessary, but also importantly, the small business energy advance as being an important tool for this customer segment, and as a limitation and a barrier to their entry. One of the questions that was asked as to what kinds of businesses might fall under this, it runs a pretty wide range, but one of the populations that we see being affected by the 60 kW cap rather than the 100 is actually churches and other religious institutions. And in their case, they see spikes certain times of the year during, major holidays, and that will increase their demand for the year. But in reality, most of the year they operate as, within the band, and I think by all means would qualify as a small business by most other definitions.
So let me ask you a question, Ms. Partridge. We heard yesterday afternoon that maybe we should take it higher than 100 kW, maybe up to 150. Did you consider, why are you keeping it at 100? Do you think it would be more appropriate to move it higher than that? We
did some analysis from 100, 125, 150, and 200. And we went with 100 largely because that was the previous threshold, and by having that data set, we were able to pretty firmly speak, pretty confidently speak about the decline that occurred by removing them from the small business program. Speaking for our implementation team, that we were looking at 125 or 150 being appropriate, but not trying to push beyond, what our data could pretty verifiably show. I think when you get above that 150 range, there are some questions of the costs of the program start getting higher. And so that is one component that we want to be able to track. But I think, if the commission is comfortable, that we would be happy to see 125 or 150 as well.
So do you have figures on whether at 125 and 150 the cost effectiveness of the program or the sub program?
The numbers are become a little bit, for a lack of a better term, squishy, because then we're looking at a fairly small population, which means that we're looking at the cost of projects. I don't think it's a question of the cost effectiveness in terms of TRC or societal cost test, but it is, but more, there's just a cost per megawatt hour. So if you have much larger programs or much larger projects that may have occurred in prescriptives under the prescriptive program or the custom program, they may see a significantly higher incentive level there. But I think the bigger concern when you get above the 150 range is just we want to be able to manage the small business energy advance, and making sure that that budget is being allocated across many customers, and not being sucked into a few large projects, but also, protecting that pot of money, since it recircles as we collect the repayments. If you have larger projects, then you have larger default risk, even though we haven't seen a lot. but that is something that you're concerned about.
Yeah, what I was getting at was, do you have, for example, do you have information that could demonstrate the cost effectiveness at 125, for example, or
I don't have it. I don't have it in front of me, but I can work on pulling together that analysis for you. We have certainly done some of that work.
Yeah, I think, I would be interested in seeing that, because I think we heard yesterday that small businesses are really interested in this, but the caps, cap at 60 was problematic, but that we should consider moving even above 100. So to the extent you have it already done, I think it would be information that could be interesting for the commission. So thank you. If you can do it, that would be great.
Will do. And just while we're on the small business making, the other big point, or excuse me, not point, but there are two other key elements to this recommendation. And one is that this segment, and understanding that I'm not talking about the granularity of the different tranches above 100, but if you look at the 60 to 100 kW set of customers, not participating in the prescriptive RCX and custom programs, compared to their peers in the over 100 kW range, those customers are not participating proportionally. And in fact, it's less than half of the customers in the 60 to 100 kW range, as a proportion of the total population, are participating in those programs. So, and moving on to some of the other key elements in our portfolio, we considered developing a standalone multifamily program. And we had some conversations with folks in the community, in the marketplace, and there have been some stakeholder questions about whether or not we would. And ultimately, we decided that for the benefit of the portfolio, in terms of being able to flexibly meet goal, but also to be able to design, individual projects, that rather than having a standalone program with a standalone budget and standalone goals, that we would incorporate it within the custom program. And so we're looking to create a multifamily pathway within the C&I portfolio, but to create a forward-facing pathway for those customers that simplifies, the identification of appropriate measures, appropriate projects, and helping them through the process. We also are looking to expand our building tune-up program to have enhanced HVAC offerings, and as well as offering a pay-for-performance virtual commissioning program, which, rather than being a behavioral type program that's recommending changes, that's actually going in to make the changes into building systems. So it's actually making in real time mechanical changes. And since it is a pay-for-performance program, the incentive payments are paid out on as a base per kWh basis. And speeding along, and then the last that I'll talk about here today is we are looking to introduce LED incentives for the LED streetlight conversions for utility-owned streetlights. And since we're here today to talk just about the EmPOWER portion, I would say that that our focus here in including it is to demonstrate the appropriateness of including these streetlights into the EmPOWER portfolio, and that our request for this inclusion is contingent on, obviously, the Commission's determination and approval of that streetlight program, the specifics of which you received earlier this week as part of PEPCO's multi-year rate plan. But a few notes here. One is that customers have in fact paid into the EmPOWER surcharge. And we believe that it's important that those customers that pay in should be able to receive equitable benefits. You know, it makes the LED streetlight program cost neutral for customers. And quite frankly, the municipalities, our customers, have been asking for this for quite some time. And then finally, in addition to the benefits around the energy savings, there are substantial environmental benefits, as well as other benefits that have been outlined in the multi-year rate plan. And moving on to our energy-wide rewards programs. You know, looking into this cycle, our big thing is looking to optimize and maximize participation on our BYOD offering. We're looking to introduce the BYOD offering in our commercial to our small business customers, as well as increasing the number of eligible thermostats. So we recently expanded our partnership with Google to allow Nest thermostats and to work with Google's Rush Hour Rewards. And then, and finally, I'd like to just briefly discuss the Program Investigation, Design, and Development Programs, or PID, which we believe is one of the most, which is, while small relatively in terms of cost of the total portfolio, incredibly important to the long-term success of these programs. I will note that historically the utilities have requested, you know, a certain allocation of funding to be reserved specifically for the freedom and flexibility of piloting and experimentation, to be able to innovate and to question and to test ideas without being perhaps so bound by rigid goals, or and without risking, you know, the impacts to the delivery of our core programs, both in terms of their delivery capability as well as the evaluation of those programs. And so in this cycle, we proposed a number of pilots. You know, I think we'd love to have all of them approved, but we also identified opportunities that we're not ready to propose. But we think that there are more opportunities out there, which is why the budget that we requested for PID programs is greater than the cost of the pilots that we specifically outlined. And we think that this is in line with previous cycles and in line with the spirit of what PID is supposed to accomplish. But specifically in the next cycle, I won't go through all of these. We've kind of talked through some of them before. We'll mention the Energy Kit subscriptions and the market-based savings, which provides web-based information and scoring around different appliances that maybe aren't necessarily covered by the existing suite of programs, to inform the most, not just energy efficient, but also cost efficient programs. We also are really excited about having the LMI location-based energy efficiency pilot. Here, what we're looking to do is to identify those areas that have a high saturation of low to moderate income customers, and then overlap those where we might have current or future grid constraints. And I will say that we have done work between our DSM team, as well as working with some of the folks in distribution planning. And we actually have identified an area that we think could be a good opportunity to start this. And so in those locations where we have two or more of the factors around either low income, grid constraints, or resiliency issues, we'd offer a limited time offer for increased incentives to the program. Tentatively, we're looking at a 300% boost in incentives, but that is one of the key elements that we want to be able to test through this pilot, is looking at how much, where in that range of the market rate incentives to 300%, what does it take to really move the needle in these areas where you're getting, extra bang for your buck? Not only are you helping it boost participation in areas where they otherwise might not be participating, but also identifying those opportunities where the value to the grid is also the greatest. Not to be glib, but in the best case, we help people who need it the most and offsets like some capital grid investments. The worst case scenario is that we help people that need it most and get a boost in program participation. So in a lot of ways, it seems like an amazing opportunity, and we are really excited about moving forward with it if the commission so chooses. And then we also are looking to continue our smart home pilot. I know that there were some questions about the continuation of the pilot from the previous cycle. In part, our pilot did get a little bit later of a start for some logistical reasons internally, and then we had to suspend a lot of what we were working on as a result of COVID, and have only just recently re-engaged. But there's still a lot to be learned in this space in terms of what both in terms of energy consumption and demand, but it's also peak demand we can affect. And, if there are behavioral or education or automation components, and then kind of continuing to look forward depending on, the outcome of other pilots, such as the time of use pilots. Are there opportunities to deepen the savings both by being able to pair this smart home technology with those time of use rates? And so, but as a first step, before you can get to that level where you're pairing multiple variables, we really want to understand in a deep and meaningful way and in a data-driven way how customers are actually engaging with that technology now, and what opportunities exist down the road as the technology and as we move along the adoption curve, and as we have other opportunities to explore it in other capacities. So I will stop there for your questions. Will and I are happy to take any questions, but we have several of our colleagues on the line as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Partridge. Mr. Ellis, that was a very comprehensive presentation. We have about an hour allocated for questions by the commissioners. So if you could all be available. We'll begin the questions with Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ellis, I didn't get a chance to congratulate you on your promotion as well, and I wanted to take an opportunity to do that. So fair wind and following seas.
Thank you.
So I have questions for Ms. Partridge, but Mr. Gillespie, could you, there's a danger here. I started to jump in on questions, but we don't have the presentation in front of us now to ask specifics off of that. But if you go back to the first one that had the overall budget numbers on it.
Slide 4.
It had the 282 million and that one, 285 million. Okay, so those numbers there, 285 million for Pepco and almost 99 million for Delmarva. Do they include the annual expensing of the behavioral programs and the administrative charges?
No, the budgets that are forecasted here are the cost to achieve the total annual spend for each of those programs.
Okay. And is it level across the 3-year period? Is it equal or does it vary? Does the average?
It varies somewhat but as for the forecasts, it's more or less level. But I will note that for certain programs that there necessarily is fluctuation on the incentive side, especially for especially things like custom or CHP, where you have large projects that come online, and so you have larger disbursements at times. But for the purposes of the cycle budgets, we did forecast a flat, more or less flat budget over the 3 years.
Okay. All right. Can you move forward just slowly through the slide deck, and I'll stop you, Mr. Gillespie. Stop right there. Go back one. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, stop right there. Oh, back up. There you go. Let's talk about this commercial behavioral program, this new element in the non-residential area. Explain to me how this works again.
Yes. So what we're doing is we're creating a portal for our commercial customers to for a couple different components. One is that they will have real-time access to their usage data, as well as some data-driven insights into their usage patterns. And then the energy efficiency, the energy savings component, the behavioral component, comes with a customized recommendations platform. So depending on the specific businesses, what type of business they are, what type of building that they occupy, and as well as layering in their usage patterns, they will get a range of recommendations on an ongoing basis, ranging from no cost behavioral type recommendations of to more substantial recommendations to participate in other programs. So, but specifically for the savings that is being reported or that is being forecasted in our plan, we only included the savings from that from those behavioral changes, and we did not include the uplift to the other programs that would result from those recommendations. And from the evaluation from our sister utility ComEd's program, that the program uplift component was quite substantial as well. And I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but was equal or greater to just the behavioral savings. So it's a really great opportunity for us to engage with our customers and to provide a range of options for them, similar to what we do for residential customers, but on a more tailored approach.
Yeah, so residential customers, they get home energy reports. Is there something equivalent here going to a business energy report?
So there are reports involved, but whereas the home energy reports, it's providing a comparison against their other similar households in their area. This is looking at similar business types, so it's not just based on the square footage and the physical geography, but it's taking into consideration the differences between a restaurant or corner grocery store or a warehouse or office building, and then providing concrete steps to help them save energy and to try to help quantify both from a dollars basis and a megawatt hours basis what those changes might look like.
So you would maybe send a report to a pizza shop commercial customer that says, compared to the other pizza shops in your area, you using more or less energy?
I think it's a little bit more detailed than that. And a lot of the uplift that we think that we'll see and a lot of the behavioral savings is not just in that report going out on a one-off basis, kind of just in the mail or attaching it to their bill. I mean, they obviously at any given time, customers can go into the portal will be able to go into the portal on their own independently and see those sorts of things. But, in ComEd's experience, that it was working with our commercial customer service, the LCS, and that ongoing relationship. And really, it's a much more having the capacity to have really tailored suggestions, both from a behavioral and a systems standpoint.
How is the EM&V done on this commercial behavioral program?
It's done similar to the home energy reports. So we would look at a treatment group and a non-treatment group, and factor in, the full panoplia of data points around participation in other programs and their usage, and using a fairly complex algorithm to determine what is attributable to external market conditions versus other exogenous variables versus participation in the programs versus the behavioral changes.
Yeah, I've been told I don't understand complex algorithms before when discussing matters. But
I'm sure you can, sir.
what is the budget? What's the budget for this new commercial behavioral program?
If you just give me one moment.
Hey, Megan.
Yep.
You have it? I have it. Okay.
Yeah. So I have in front of me the PEPCO budget, which we have the total forecasted budget is less than $3 million. And that is, all in, including the EM&V budgets, as well as the cost to install the system, and as well as, the other components.
Is that the 3-year cost, the cycle cost?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's close enough. Gets me in the ballpark. Mr. Gillespie, could you scroll forward slowly, please? Okay. Right here. I'll go back to the PID. How much money are we talking about here? It's like, and talk to me about how we verify the effectiveness of this unspecified innovation fund. So how much money and how we verify its effectiveness?
So all in for this cycle, we're looking at, we requested $9.5 million on the PEPCO side, and I believe just under that on the Delmarva side. It's $6 million on the Delmarva Power side. And the programs, the effectiveness of the programs is evaluated similarly to how we would evaluate the effectiveness of other programs. So the general principle, as I personally see it, is that once these experiments, and we've used this opportunity to thoroughly vet the programs, and we've gotten them in a place where we can say, yes, there is verifiable savings. We've worked through the kinks. We've understood all of the EM&V challenges and what those unique characteristics are for these programs. Then that moves into, if we conclude that all of those things are true and that it is a successful program, then that moves into our full portfolio as an offering, both from an evaluation and cost effectiveness testing standpoint, as well as moving the associated budget in. I think what's unique about having the PID budgets is exactly that we have a separate reserve that kind of exists outside of a lot of the regulatory challenges that often get in the way of asking questions that we don't already know the answer to. And that is kind of a fundamental part of innovation and pushing forward and identifying new challenges that over time, you know, it would be great to say that all of our gambles are going to work off and work out, but that's not the case. And so by having this separate reserve, it gives us kind of a safe sandbox, so to speak, to ask the difficult questions and to test and experiment. And not all of those is necessarily going to give us, you know, the golden, you know, the silver bullet that we're looking for. But yeah.
And Commissioner O'Donnell, I would just add that in some of these programs, Nate, if you can go to the other slide, they are founded on best practices in other markets. And so we're not necessarily starting from ground zero, but we do have to prove that these are valuable programs for the state of Maryland and our customers. And so whether it could be My Energy Target, which SMECO has piloted, and we want to take and see if that works for our customers. It could be the energy efficiency subscriptions kit. So we have kit programs, but we want to try a different level of engagement. We have a new homes program. And so adding a net zero, which some of our stakeholders have recommended we do, a zero path. So a lot of these programs, we're not starting from zero. So we do have a foundation of how these programs can be successful. And we do plan to report out on these programs in our semi-annual reports.
But I thought Ms. Partridge said the unspecified PID programs were going to cost more than these specified ones.
Oh, sir, no, the amount that I quoted, I apologize, was the total amount for all of the PID budgets. Within PEPCO, the unidentified amount is 1.3 million out of the total 9.5 for the cycle. And on the Delmarva side, the unidentified is 1 million, a little bit over 1 million out of the 6 million total that was requested.
Thank you. That's helpful to know the difference because, you know, you use the sandbox analogy and the probably appropriate because some might view this as money to play around with and it's ratepayer money. Sometimes it may work and sometimes it may not, but play money is not something. I understand the need to innovate. I appreciate that. But is there anything that drives you back into the commission to say, do you agree we're not wasting money here?
I think it's the point that that as we pursue these experimentations, these pilots, these tests, that they as results become available or as we're working on them, we'll be reporting out as part of our semi-annual reports. And it, you know, to the extent that you guys want particularly in-depth information, you know, we're happy to work with you on an ongoing basis to provide information on what those pilots are, what challenges that we've identified or experienced as part of the pilot process, and where we think that it will fit into the medium term and longer term portfolios. And I think that can be incorporated into the existing reporting structure.
Appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, appreciate the indulgence, and my fellow commissioners appreciate the indulgence. I have one final question, and I'll be done. Could you talk to me about how in this new cycle the residential behavioral program grows? And just at a high level, I don't need a long dissertation, just at a high level, how much of your portfolio is going to grow into the residential behavioral system program?
Actually, as a percentage, it's relatively flat. On the DPL side, it declines marginally, and on the PEPCO side, the forecasted savings is less than 1 percentage point, and the budgets decline substantially.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciated Mr. Ellis's comments at the outset, focusing on inclusion and equity. These are expensive programs that we oversee and that the utilities and DHCD administer. I am sometimes shocked by the fact that sophisticated customers participate in multiple EmPOWER programs, getting a very nice return on the surcharge that they pay monthly. While they have a customer next door that's unfamiliar with the EmPOWER program entirely, they dutifully pay their surcharge every month, but they don't participate in any of the programs. Hence, there's a sort of a wealth transfer here, and I appreciate the efforts to reach out into communities that don't necessarily understand the benefits, the financial benefits of EmPOWER, much less the environmental and energy efficiency benefits. Ms. Partridge, you mentioned that you were listening yesterday to a number of the general and industry stakeholders discussing the geothermal incentives, as well as the representative from Bloom Energy, who discussed incorporating fuel cell technology in the next 3-year cycle. I recognize that both the Delmarva and PEPCO proposals make a passing reference to considering fuel cell technology. And if you recall, during my conversation with Mr. Fox yesterday, he was concerned that there may be some restrictions on your proposals that he would like the commission to overturn if we approve them. Can you provide any additional background or information regarding those restrictions and why they exist?
Sure. One of the reason that the restrictions have existed historically on the CHP side has to do with ensuring that the systems are right-sized for the facility, so that they aren't leveraging EmPOWER funds and then making, having another economic benefit external to EmPOWER by selling back that energy to the grid. So while, I was not aware of the legal distinction that Mr. Fox brought yesterday, I think we are open to discussing other opportunities to ensure that the systems that are incentivized through the program are appropriately sized for the facility, so that there isn't a need for an enormous amount of, selling back to the grid, so to speak, through net energy metering. But that's where that cap was from.
I would agree with you that it shouldn't be a profit center to create a fuel cell and use it as effectively a resource that exports to the grid. His focus apparently was on the incidental export of electricity. And do we have any definition of what an incidental export is? Is it just a few kilowatts or something greater than that? Or is this uncharted territory?
I think that's something that we need to look into. But I will also note that it may be a good opportunity for those facilities to explore other DER opportunities, such as batteries, to make the most out of that technology as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much. The 40 established programs that you have in place looks like they're moving forward, and you obviously have a number of new projects and proposals under investigation. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Wanted to ask a few questions about the portfolio design guiding pillars part of your presentation. I was specifically looking on slide 8 that covers your inclusion and equity pillar. And one of the things that you reference on there is a internal audit that the company engaged in order to identify low and moderate income customers. So I wanted to learn a little more about what that was and what type of results did it produce. I'm assuming because of the moderate component of it, you would have received different numbers in terms of low income customer numbers than you would from the traditional use of DHR OHEP numbers. So help me to understand a little more about what the general purpose was of the internal audit, why you conducted it, et cetera.
Yeah. So one, I would say, just to be clear, when we say audit, it was, I would say, not in a formalistic sense so much as a review, but there were a couple of steps that we did take. First, we also realized, taking the why question first, that the OHAP numbers, that using the as your barometer of LMI participation, if you're only looking at those customers who at the time of participating in the program are currently receiving energy assistance, that you're excluding a fairly large population that would qualify as LMI by any number of definitions, including the most, stringent definition. So what we wanted to understand was, realistically speaking, not just looking at those who are already participating in OHAP, but what that broader population looks like, where folks are participating, where they're not. And I think one of the things that we did observe is that the participation amongst those customers in QHAC and in recycling in particular was higher than what the OHAP numbers would indicate. We also were able to overlay using the heat maps that looked at census data. So obviously it's not customer specific, but looking geographically to understand those populations and understanding where the gaps were between those populations and where the concentrations of our projects occur. And then we started breaking it down into those personas that I talked about earlier, and they're listed on the slide, the singles and starters, what we defined as aspirational fusion, golden year guardians, and economic challenges. And we used that data from that initial review to as the starting point for our ideation exercise, but also in terms of designing and thinking about our targeting and outreach, as well as the other program modifications that we've talked about already. I don't know if that answers your question.
That gets me there a bit. So I got a few more to follow up with it. If as part of doing that, so you were making sure then that the programs that the company currently offers during this current cycle were specifically reaching some of these low and moderate income customers that you identified through this internal review that may not have been, or it's possible weren't receiving benefits before. Did I kind of have that right?
Yeah, and I think as part of the limited income working group, there were a couple of different options that were discussed in terms of better tracking, because the data that we have on the utility side is fairly limited. But the community wasn't as comfortable with ascribing benefits using any sort of statistical modeling or propensity score. And so we were just trying to understand in a less granular way, but that was in some ways more accurate.
Yes, and just to add to that, Commissioner Linden, I think, when I asked the team to embark on this exercise, the goal is to ensure that for every program that we're offering in EmPOWER Maryland, we're looking at it with a lens of equity. And I don't think we've done that in previous years to the amount of detail that I would have liked. So how do you ensure that every program is looking at any particular barriers or disadvantages in certain communities that are preventing them from participating? And when, as Megan detailed, is when we looked at census data, overlap that with current participation, looking at federal poverty limits upwards, not only just the 175 that would qualify for OHAP, but going up to 400% of federal poverty limits. What does that look like from a participation and in census data? Where are customers participating? What programs are they participating in? And then actually defining specific recommendation for certain programs to eliminate those barriers is ultimately the goal of that exercise.
Okay. And so I appreciate the concept of what you were attempting to pursue here, or did pursue here. I'm glad to hear that it was also discussed at some level through the low-income working group. And I know we'll hear from DHCD later today. Were they engaged in this as well? And were you able to share some of the results of your internal review with the state agencies that also provide low-income assistance?
I would say that our residential implementation team, did incorporate some of the findings and we've had conversations about ways to improve the marketing and outreach and components in training for subcontractors. And so those conversations did occur. But I think depending on how the commission ultimately feels about, for example, the community energy coach that we've proposed, I think that is an opportunity for even deeper engagement on an ongoing basis to reach communities, from the inside, so to speak, and ensure that those customers are being directed towards the program where they can get the most benefit, whether it's a DHCD program or one of the PHI offerings.
Okay, so my tangential question to the internal review that the company did here has to do, of course, with the current pandemic and COVID-19. The service territories that PEPCO specifically covers, unfortunately, had some difficult times with customers and households there as a result of COVID-19, and a number as a result of the statewide and national unemployment challenges. Your unemployment numbers have also increased, which means that the numbers of newly low income have also increased. So I'm just curious as to whether or not the audits that you've engaged in have noticed an increase of customers that may not have been eligible for assistance, either on a low income level or customers you may not have even seen as interested in EmPOWER Maryland before. But now, because of the circumstances that we're all familiar with, they're not only low income, but these types of programs that we offer through EmPOWER Maryland would actually be assisting to help them manage their usage better in their home and help them better keep their overall utility costs lower.
So I will say this, that from the actual data perspective of the review, the answer to that is no. I mean, this took place last spring, so the data, the spring of 2020. So we were looking at data prior to that, so it didn't incorporate the impacts of COVID and the subsequent economic impacts. That said, those impacts were certainly a significant part of our internal conversation, looking at the design of the programs. One of the things that we mentioned, I believe Mr. Ellis mentioned, was around expanding the communities program, not just to include municipal organizations, but to target a larger population of truly community organizations. So looking at not-for-profits, faith-based organizations, those entities that that are an important point of contact. And we also did discuss the challenges of reaching kind of the new poor, so to speak, folks that don't necessarily know what resources exist to support them, because maybe previously they were above the income thresholds to qualify for all of these services and just have never been exposed. And I think that's another reason why we thought that the community energy coach is an incredibly valuable tool, is because then you have somebody in the community that is acting as kind of a nexus point for all of the different services that perhaps are available, in not just specifically the energy component, but obviously that is their core directive, but to have to build those connections with the other places, the other opportunities that these newly unemployed or underemployed individuals are in search of.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your answers. I appreciate the effort here. I'm hopeful that these are dynamic circumstances we're dealing with. So hopefully the company will continue moving forward with those efforts. So I appreciate it. And congratulations, Mr. Ellis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for the PEPCO team? Commissioner Herman.
Oh,
Richard. Commissioner Richard or Herman? Flip a coin.
Commissioner Herman, go ahead.
all right, I'll go ahead. So, good morning, everyone. I have some questions, and I'm going to ask you about some of the staff comments and some of the other comments, see what your reactions to those are. My first question is about the Quick Home Energy Checkup. It sounds like you all are modifying the program to allow return customers subject to a number of various conditions. How are you going to, there's a lot of conditions there. You just, how are you going to reach these people? Is it just because somebody calls in, or are you going to reach out to people? Because it's got, different home, different customer, so on and so forth. How are you going to do that? And how many additional homes do you think you're going to reach?
I don't have the numbers in front of me on the additional homes, but I will work with our team to get those for you. I think there are a couple different ways of going about this. Two of the conditions that I think are arguably two of the most important are those circumstances where a customer who previously had a QHAC in one home and moved to a new home, or is currently not eligible, or a customer who moves into a home where the home itself had already had a QHAC is also ineligible. And in both of those cases, there are a couple different points of contact. And, as a new customer, they're often given additional information about energy efficiency opportunities. But right now, based on the criteria that we have, if they were to reach out, they would be declined because they would be considered a repeat QHAC, even though many of those measures may have been removed, declined, and the other recommendations that are provided by the QHAC auditors would not be made available to them. And so we're looking to remove some of those barriers so that, all of our customers can participate, and recognizing, especially in the PEPCO service territory, where we have a fairly mobile population, that we're not excluding folks for reasons that don't impact the actual energy savings.
Okay. I meant to ask a couple of general questions first, and I don't know whether Ms. Partridge or Mr. Ellis wants to answer this, but I'm looking at the PEPCO filing, and the PEPCO filing on page, let me find the page number, 7, says that the portfolio is designed to achieve 408,000 megawatt hours of annualized gross savings, roughly 40% more than the statutory goal. Now, I get trying to go for high, going for higher than the goal, because you might have some, you might not have success everywhere, but 40% is a really high overachievement, it seems. Or is that consistent with what you've done in the past?
Well, I will note that, we did hit at 1.3% on the PEPCO side. So in that sense, it's consistent. But there are a couple of different components to the number that we landed on in what we proposed in our portfolio. One of it is allowing for a buffer, but obviously that 40% number is not insubstantial. But as has been noted in other contexts, a portion of that is related to CDR. And we wanted to ensure that, to the extent possible, that we're maximizing the savings directly from the EmPOWER program while balancing the low cost savings that we get there. And also recognizing that the gross savings that we get isn't necessarily, that doesn't necessarily perfectly align with the net savings that we're evaluated for cost effectiveness. And so creating this balance between a lot of different variables, whether it's to ensure that we're meeting all of the objectives in addition to landing on the 2% number.
Okay, thanks. Do you expect to have any startup delays due to changes in plans or any change? Are you making any changes in implementing contractors that would delay your new sets of programs?
For the majority of the programs, no. We do have current open ongoing RFP evaluations for 2 of our CNI programs, but that process is underway and still open.
Okay. So not really?
No.
Okay. In residential new, now I'm going back to the specifics. In the residential new construction, the staff didn't think that the EV pre-wiring was energy efficiency measure. What's your response to that?
I would say that it increases the appeal of the home, and so it increases. So we're meeting a market demand. I also think that taking kind of a medium-term view, not just of the near-term goals, but looking at kind of the longer-term view. Some of the stakeholders have, really vocally advocated for example, the net zero homes. And there's a significant component of the net zero home being net zero ready that isn't necessarily directly related to energy efficiency.
And
but there are other. Yep.
Sorry, it's Will. I will just add that in one of our orders, the commission did ask us to look at and understand the ties between the EmPOWER Maryland as well as PC 44. And I think what this measure does, it connects our EV Smart program and EmPOWER in a way that is cost effective for our customers. As we alluded to, right, if a home is built and they want to then install a level 2 charger in the customer's home, if they purchase the EV, that cost can be anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000 to retrofit someone's garage and wiring to bring up that 240 outlet from a circuit breaker to a home. But when there's no walls in place and a new construction facility is being built, that additional cost from an electrician could be only like $300 or less to actually make sure that home is ready for that 240 outlet. So we thought this was a good first step to tie those two programs together under energy efficiency.
Okay, thanks. Staff also in your C&I small business wanted to cap your incentives at 70% of total project costs. Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, so there, we aren't necessarily looking at a substantial change in the incentive levels themselves, but rather somewhat changing the structure to bring us more in line with some of the other Maryland utilities. Currently, where in the current cycle where we have this cap, we have both the up to amounts that we've kind of agreed upon with the other Maryland utilities, as well as the 70% cap. And it's created some ambiguity and question in the marketplace. But there are also more opportunities to game or to actually increase the cost of a project, so increase the incentives when you're looking at it as a total project cost rather than as a predetermined measure cost. So it also, by having a fixed incentives for a measure, you can include some of the costs, and we have endeavored to do so in our proposed incentives for small business that cover some of the installment, and so you're factoring in those other pieces without leaving a window for a huge amount of variability in like services by the contractors. And
so you're saying that that it causes them, like that a cap. I'm a little confused. Does it cause ambiguity and therefore people don't know what they're going to get and therefore they're confused and don't sign up, or what's the problem with capping at 70% of total project costs? Sorry, I didn't quite understand your response.
Be actually more expensive. So when we look at those projects historically, even statistically speaking, most of our projects come in well under that 70% cap anyways. Even when it was under 80, it was like 72% or something. But that there is confusion in the marketplace. I don't know how much it's preventing people from signing up, but it does make it more challenging to market when there are two seemingly conflicting ways of calculating the same set of incentives. And the other piece is that by doing it, if you have it set at a per project cost, then you are in some ways distancing the incentives from what's actually being installed. And so you actually have a little bit more control over the budget if it's on a measure by measure basis than on a per project basis.
Okay. With respect to your custom program, the staff wanted to change your incentives, it looks like. Do you have a response to staff's proposal to change your incentives?
Yeah, so the up to amount was there's a request from our implementation team as a means of flexibility. The number I believe that staff it included was the 28 cents, which was on par with the current incentive levels. So I would say there the question is do we want to have the flexibility to offer periods of greater incentives if to respond to varying market conditions. And I think that's where the higher incentive level came from, not necessarily as a permanent baseline.
Okay. Let me see. The incubator, energy efficiency service incubator, that's a new program. Staff didn't think that was an appropriate use of EmPOWER funds. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, so it's something that we intended to, it's not necessarily a standalone program in terms of EmPOWER Maryland, that it would be embedded within our outside services costs. And what I would say there is that it's a mechanism to strengthen our trade ally, the pool of trade allies to encourage more participation in the community and to help foster some of the startup challenges and overcome some of the startup challenges and foster innovation and entrepreneurship directly in the community. I think that to the extent that we promote and celebrate the nurturing of our trade ally network already within EmPOWER, I think that it's a fairly logical next step. I also think that it's important to remember that part of what we're trying to do, there's a market transformation element. So to the extent that we can build up the pool of folks that are providing energy efficiency opportunities in the community, we're also helping transform that market from a supply side on the from the standpoint of having a broader pool of contractors.
And thanks, Megan. It's Will, and I would just add to that. I think this is core to EmPOWER Maryland, right? When we talk about creating jobs for the state, this is what we're trying to do to ensure that the contractor and the businesses that do the work on behalf of EmPOWER Maryland are local. And so, for example, we had over 150 trade allies in our small business. Some of them dropped out, and I don't think all of them dropped out due to their own want, but maybe they didn't have the resources as a new business within the state in order to understand how to make sure that they have the proper requirements or understood the program to a level of detail so that they can thrive. And so this incubator program, again, it's a small amount of money in terms of $300,000, but the goal is to ensure that we can continue to provide assistance, guidance, mentorship, partnerships with new form small businesses, or help to maybe even create some within EmPOWER Maryland that can further help the economy grow.
Okay, thank you. My final question is the reason your kit subscription program a pilot is because it's a subscription program? It's not because it's kits, it's because it's a subscription program where they're going to get new packages or whatever every month or periodically. I don't know if it's every month. Is that why it's a pilot?
Yes, and we want to explore the uptick, not just that it's the subscription based kind of continuing service, but the different mixes and the timing of what goes into those. Whether we end up doing quarterly or what the periodicity is. And so by keeping it small and having multiple iterations, we can help identify what the appropriate periodicity is, what the measure mix, the install rate, and overall what the cost effectiveness would look like if we were to be able to offer it at scale.
Okay, and it appeared that staff thought they had some evaluation and measurement and verification concerns. Are you able to provide material that would address those concerns?
On the pilots, on the kits specifically?
Yes.
I don't necessarily have materials, but I would note that part of the PID exercise is working through that evaluation process, and by keeping these as smaller experiments, that's a way to work with the evaluation community to ensure that we are appropriately tracking and recording what is going on.
But yeah, and Megan, I would say yes, we're prepared to work with staff on that. I think one of the great things about this concept of the subscription kit is that after they receive measures, that they would verify that they install them through a portal, which is very different than a typical kit that is done across the country where you just ship them off a kit and you never hear from them again. And so I think our particular pilot encompasses more real-time feedback that encourages them to actually say that they installed it for them to receive another kit in the mail a couple months later. So I do think we have some measures in place to actually make our program more cost-effective than the traditional one. But we are definitely willing to work with staff on that within this pilot to see how the EM&V can be better.
Great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Ellis and Ms. Partridge for your presentation this morning. I thought that you're building your proposal on those three pillars was very thoughtful and then even inspirational. So thanks again for the proposal. First question really is about how financing, making the availability of financing fits into your overall proposal. You heard the financing presentation yesterday, and also from OPC, MIA, and some of the industry presentations yesterday. I felt that financing was important to enable customers to be able to avail themselves to some of the more expensive measures. So could you just tell me a little bit how financing currently fits into your proposal?
Yes, Megan, I'll go first. I would say first, we do have financing on the C&I side. So I think we're specifically addressing a residential customer base at this point with our home performance and HVAC. And I'll start by saying I applaud MCEC on their proposal. And I think it's an admirable pilot for us to work into our portfolio. One of the things that I would recommend is to ensure that the financing that we want to pilot under EmPOWER Maryland is for those customers who need it most. I think what you heard within the stakeholders and in the working group, there's ample financing out there for customers to get, whether that's through other lending sources, the Montgomery County Green Bank. I know Prince George's County Green Bank is going to start pretty soon. So I think there are some financing sources, but I do think if we pilot any particular program, we would ensure that we are focusing on customers who need help the most, who can't get it. And so maybe those are customers who don't meet that 680 credit score, and where for them financing would be extremely non-cost effective. So I do think there's an opportunity. We do promote the Montgomery County Green Bank and other sources on our website for customers to have access to. We invite them to our trade ally meetings. But I do think within this unprecedented pandemic, we may want to consider that pilot as well.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. And I do agree that there is financing out there and it's available to a lot of folks. Do you think financing angle helps someone make that decision? A lot of times, there are the things that you want and the things that probably you should have, but do you really want to finance some of those things? So do you think that financing though might be just that type of nudge to get someone to make a decision on whether or not to install a brand new HVAC system?
I think it's certainly a possibility. But I think it's a question of where in the range are we targeting. So I think, if we can identify with appropriate safeguards and, evaluating the cost effectiveness and program uplift impacts a path forward. Yeah, I do think that there are places where it can be, it has been shown to be, have uplift to participation. That said, I do think that one of the things that the presenter from MCEC yesterday did note is that that the participants tend not to be those folks that maybe have challenged financing. So the benefit is really more about overcoming the simplicity and providing, information and a path forward, but doesn't necessarily remove the barriers for folks that have other, or in other forms of financial distress.
And if we were to look at the Maryland Clean Energy Center program, it's not currently in your budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we were to do a pilot, would your company across to try to find some of those dollars necessary for the MCEC program?
I would say that based on their existing portfolio, I believe that we have room in the unallocated portion of our PID budget that we would be open to considering the MCEC proposal there. I believe we lost Commissioner Richard, though.
We lost your feed. Perhaps you could turn off your video.
Did I? My screen just went dark. Am I back? Or?
Yes, sir.
We hear you now. We lost you a little while ago. Oh, looks like he's. Oh, now we can't hear you. Linda, we're off the record. So thank you. Commissioner Richard, we can't hear you.
Let me please try stopping my video.
Commissioner, perhaps.
It's great. It's been working fine all morning. Can you hear me now?
We could hear you now.
Okay, at least.
Okay, we'll go back on the record.
Yes. Sorry about that. Just on the pillar on inclusion equity, I was very impressed in your proposal about the community energy coach and the school curriculum. Can you just help us out though? How from an EM and V standpoint, will we be able to evaluate the cost effectiveness of those programs?
So the community energy coach in particular is not, again, similar to the incubator that we proposed, isn't designed as a standalone program, but rather the cost to implement that would be allocated across the utility, admin, and outside services budgets of our residential programs. And so the cost effectiveness would be incorporated, it would be evaluated in the normal evaluation process of those programs.
Okay. And the curriculum?
The school curriculum program has a pretty well-established EM&B process where we evaluate where there is a certain amount of reporting on the part of the students and their families on the install rates. And that's actually kind of built into the curriculum itself, that they have little mini experiments that are built in with the kits. So you have both evidence of that things are being done and an understanding of install rates. And then we have a follow-up EM&B process to evaluate the realized savings. And I'll note that our forecasts historically had been fairly conservative with our schools program, but in the first year of implementation in Delmarva Power, Navigant's evaluation of the program was almost, we had a realization rate, I think, I want to say it was greater than 4, which just goes to show that even though we were being conservative in what we wanted to say up front, what we expected to realize, that the formal evaluation process actually came back and demonstrated that an even higher level of realized savings.
And then looking at a couple of your PID programs, this My Energy Target, I like that appealed to me because of the leveraging of the AMI data and the personalization. I just want to ask, since this is already being successfully done by SMECO, are there things that we can learn now from SMECO and try to maybe push a little harder on this program and make it part of the general behavioral program? And I just kind of go to looking at the budget itself. It appears that a large part of the $1.7 million may go just to the incentive structure. And I just wonder if maybe that's too rich of an incentive structure and perhaps we can, anyway, push that program more as a general behavioral program now.
I think I think your comment on the richness of the incentives is a reasonable one, and I think that's part of the PID process. In particular, here, why we wanted to introduce it as a pilot rather than as a full-on program. There are 2 reasons. One is that MECO's population, that from a demographic standpoint, is substantially different than our service territories, and and the substantial differences between PEPCO and Delmarva as well. And our service territories have responded differently to different types of programs, even just in our existing home energy report programs. The other piece is that from an evaluation standpoint, starting small with the scale rather than starting at scale is important given the test group, control group structure. And so we want to understand from a pretty meaningful standpoint what that interplay is and how the My Energy Target has the potential to impact positively or negatively how much overlap there would be with the behavioral savings. And so rather than starting at scale at the full population and risking the strengths and successes of our existing behavioral program, have a smaller pilot, explore that understand it and be able to make an informed decision about our population before offering it at scale.
Okay, no, I fully appreciate that, and I'm glad you're doing the pilot. This is just an area I would hope that we can move a little faster on, really using these AMI meters to provide value to customers, and I think this would be a good nexus with the behavioral programs. So anyway, yeah, the last, just a quick question. I was really like the idea of these the kits. You know, I would love to sign up for one, but right now it looks like you're targeting 3,000 participants, and the budget is about $1.4 million. Do you expect? I mean, is there expectation that there's a contribution by the customer to at least partially pay for those kits, or are you subsidizing a large part of the kit?
The intention, for at least in the pilot phase, is to subsidize a large portion of it. For step one is to understand the adoption and the realized savings. But, you know, similar, you know, I think that is one of the questions that needs to be addressed is understanding what the cost effectiveness ultimately looks like with the realized savings versus, you know, the higher level of contribution from the utility versus the customer themselves.
Okay,
But I think it's possible that we would require some customer contribution.
Okay, yeah, no, I hope I'll be interested in seeing that progress. It's the holiday season. I could see some people wanting to sign up friends and family to get some of these kits. But anyway, thank you very much for your presentation this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We are closed right on time at noon. Again, thank you to the PEPCO and Delmarva teams for preparing this presentation. At this time, we will take a 15-minute break, reconvening at 12:15 p.m. We are in recess. The commission will reconvene in approximately 1 minute. Good afternoon. We're back on the record. At this point in the hearing, we will hear from the Department of Housing and Community Development. I recognize that this presentation will be straddling the lunch hour, and we'll have a lunch break after their presentation. However, if parties need to turn off their camera and grab a snack during the presentation, please do. At this point, I will turn it over to the representatives from the DHCD. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Joe Seahusen here. Can you see me?
Ms. Seahusen, good morning. We can't see you, but we could hear you, or at least oh, there we go. See you now, sir.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, wonderful to see all of you. An honor really to be with you. I'm Joe Seahusen. I'm the Director of Whole Home Energy and Business Lending at Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. And again, we're just delighted to be with you. So today, Nicola Tran and Scott Falvey, who are Senior Energy Program Managers, will be presenting primarily. Also with us on the line from DHCD, from the Office of the Attorney General, is Counsel Amy Grasso, who's also with us. John Bluey, our Deputy Director in Energy. Mike Lafferty, our Field Operations Manager. Sammy Kawajawa and Cadmus. Kevin Kennedy, the Program Director from Children's Mercy Hospital in Kansas City. Matt Hargrove, the owner of Total Home Performance, and Baraka Manufactured Homes. Most of those will be short videos, as opposed to necessarily in-person, virtual kind of presentations. I also want to mention, not speaking today, but Yetta Stokes, who's our Deputy Director, and her team in operations and customer service, and just acknowledge them and the vital role they play, as well as many, many others. And also Secretary Kenneth Holt is in a meeting at this time, but when he breaks and he's able to join us for a brief presentation, then we'll look forward to hearing from him. So with that in mind, let me turn it over to Nicola Tran and Scott Falvey.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. There we go. Yes, Ms. Tran, please proceed.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Nicola Tran on behalf of the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. We are pleased to present today our plan for the EmPOWER limited income programs for the 2021 through 2023 program cycle. Let me see if I can advance the slide. Here we go. As Mr. Seahusen mentioned, our department is expanding its reach by further integrating the programs that we offer and including the Community Development Administration's whole home programs, such as the Multifamily Rental Housing Assistance Program and Healthy Homes for Healthy Kids programs, of which we will be able to leverage applications, processes, and funding going forward. I have a last video of everybody else. I'm hoping you can still see me and hear my presentation. On this slide, we have our first guest speaker, Mr. John Bluey.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Bluey, Deputy Director of the Housing, Building, and Energy Programs at the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. I wanted to first thank and recognize our workforce for the good service that they provide to our clients. I am going to now highlight the workforce development aspects of our programs. We work with national organizations to provide standards and training that include groups such as the Department of Energy, the Building Performance Institute, and the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers. Through these organizations, we provide our workforce with required industry-recognized certifications that include, for example, Building Performance Institute's Quality Control Inspector and Energy Auditor. These requirements ensure the knowledge, skills, and abilities are able to be met to guarantee quality and uniform work is provided to our clients. The department also presented at the national conferences such as the Building Performance Association's National Conference, showcasing the work being performed in Maryland. We also provide building science webinars, on-site best practices trainings as seen here in this video, and one-on-one field monitorings with our contractors. We also provide to our network a field guide that includes not only specifications and standards, but step-by-step photo tutorials of before and after. The department takes great pride in knowing that the workforce in Maryland are provided with the best opportunities for training and technical assistance. Thank you again.
Unfortunately, that video didn't play. On this slide, the left picture shows a training that we performed earlier this year before the pandemic hit to increase skill in insulating exterior walls.
Hello, my name is Michael Lafferty. I'm the Assistant Senior Manager of Field Operations for the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, and I have the pleasure of overseeing the quality assurance and field operations of DHCD's limited income energy programs. I wanted to take a minute today to go over how we ensure the quality of field work in our energy efficiency programs. One way is the desk review. The desk reviews help to ensure compliance with program requirements. Jobs that meet certain criteria are reviewed prior to work commencing. The desk review looks at the energy audit data, photos, outside leveraging opportunities, and required documentation. Another way that we ensure quality of field work is through our inspection processes. DHCD utilizes BPI certified inspectors to conduct various field inspections during the course of service delivery. A minimum of 10% of all jobs receive a QA field inspection. And we also utilize training and technical assistance. Ongoing training and technical assistance is utilized to ensure that the best and most current practices are made available to auditors, work crews, QC and QA inspectors. We can also use the training and technical assistance as a corrective action tool to ensure a consistent work product. Thank you so much.
Over the past years, DHCD's programs have been repeatedly recognized for the innovative processes and excellent energy savings results. In this chart, we see the verified savings of DHCD's programs that exceed those of many similar programs, reducing each limited income household's energy use by between 13 and 21%. Typical weatherization programs lay in a range between 8 and 12%. For the development of this program plan, as we mentioned on Monday, and various stakeholders mentioned this as well, there is not currently a savings goal for the limited income program, and it is also not required to be a cost-effective program. However, in a recent order, the Commission had expressed its expectation that increasing participation should be one of DHCD's focuses going forward. The limited income work group stakeholders also emphasized that DHCD is expected to achieve estimated savings and forecasts. And the stakeholders repeatedly voiced that one of the objectives for the programs should be to provide equitable access to energy savings for all segments of the limited income population. And in some cases, that may require larger expenses to serve some of these segments. These three principles are what DHCD used to guide its program planning process. DHCD performed extensive market and trend analysis of the limited income population in Maryland. As a result, this current plan more closely matches the limited income landscape in Maryland than any of DHCD's prior plans. In this plan, we switched to a census-based distribution of participation forecasts that closely mirrors what kind of households exist in which areas of Maryland. We factored in regionally different job costs when planning our budgets. We allocated a higher proportion of our funding to the multifamily market in order to reflect the 41% of multifamily housing in the limited income population. We recognize that urban areas have a much higher percentage of multifamily housing than some rural areas and appropriately allocated more multifamily funds in those areas. We also included items that address to increase the rate of to address the increasing rate of repeat single-family applicants. We're looking to recruit a lot more new applicants through our very strategic marketing plan. And lastly, this plan also recognizes that the limited income market is very diverse. And we will be offering solutions for homes that are not suited for the traditional comprehensive services. As part of the planning process, we also repeatedly convened the limited income work group process. After an initial workshop in May of 2019, the work group convened another 12 times to help define recommendations for the enhancements to existing programs and also to help develop ideas for new programs. And as a third help in our plan development, we engaged the services of the nationally renowned consulting firm Apprise. They work very closely with DHCD to analyze the existing programs, recommend enhancements based on performance and national best practices, and also reviewed our energy savings assumptions to make sure that we have accurate forecasts for the new cycle. This planning process resulted in a very well-rounded portfolio that builds upon the existing programs. The DHCD program portfolio continues to focus on a whole home approach, which includes our existing core programs. While the MIHA program continues to operate in its existing structure, the LIE program will be split into a base efficiency component and a whole home efficiency component going forward. All of these core programs primarily focus on retrofits to existing homes. They have a focus on comprehensive services and are able to serve homes that are in mild or moderate disrepair. However, in recognition of a more diverse market, DHCD also proposes to include additional programs that address the needs of those households that don't fit the mold of these traditional comprehensive retrofit programs. The MEET program was first introduced as a pilot in the current program cycle in 2019. It builds upon the core programs by maintaining the investments and deepen the savings from the initial retrofits. New in the next cycle will be a net zero program that can address more deeper gut rehab and new construction projects and has the ability to provide very high savings and renewable ready structures for more long-term sustainability as we're looking into the future. A new enhanced weatherization program will be able to address the needs of those homes that would be typically deferred to the base efficiency program. It can treat homes that are in more severe statuses of disrepair and can yield very high energy savings. And lastly, any applicant who is not able to move forward in one of the programs below will at least at a minimum receive some basic energy savings from the new Energy Kit program. This diverse set of program options will go a long way in reaching some segments of the limited income market that have been disadvantaged in the past, and will help to reach any future savings goals for the program. Altogether, our suite of programs will be able to reach over 76,000 limited income households in Maryland and provide around 34,000 megawatt hour of energy savings. Compared to the current program cycle, this plan adds over 62,000 participating households and 4,000 additional megawatt hour of savings at no additional cost. We would also like to quickly add that we do agree with Washington Gas's position on reporting their program's data in the way that Washington Gas seems best fit. For the next program cycle, DHCD is proposing a few enhancements to its income eligibility requirements. I would like to first clarify there was some misunderstandings that we are not proposing to change the requirements for multifamily applications. The multifamily applications must remain in place. The requirements that we currently have have to remain in place in order to continue to leverage DHCD's rental housing programs with the EmPOWER program. What we are looking to do is to adjust the single family income limits to better align with the existing multifamily guidelines. As a first step to better align the income requirements for both segments of the limited income population, we are looking to increase the federal poverty level based guidelines from 200% to 250%. This would allow an additional over 114 households into the program and get them access to the limited income programs in which they do not need to come up with a cost share that they may not be able to afford. It's important to note that DHCD is currently already recruiting customers in that income bracket, and we receive referrals for moderate income clients through our white reach, but we currently have to deny applications for those clients to move forward in the EmPOWER limited income programs. We do hear some concerns from stakeholders that are worried that the higher income levels could further disadvantage lower income clients, but we're open and very able to prioritize lower income clients and would define such prioritization parameters with the limited income work group to ensure that the lower income customers will receive their treatment first. We are further proposing that any single family client should also be able to use their existing AMI-based income certification that they may have from HUD, USDA, or other affordable housing authorities. The 80% AMI-based level aligns with the multifamily requirements, where the 250% federal poverty line level and the 80% AMI level differ. The higher level would apply in order to align with the multifamily requirements. These are all household-based income levels. Aligning the single-family income guidelines with the multifamily levels will provide more equitable access to services for single-family applicants. In the past, for example, a family of 4 living in single-family housing with an income just above the 200% federal poverty line would be denied, while a family of also 4 people in a multifamily property with a much higher income would be able to participate in the programs because their income is judged against the 80% AMI level. And just to show the difference, the 200% federal poverty line would get the single family market closer to the multifamily requirements. However, only allowing up to the 80% AMI would be providing equitable access for both single family and multifamily limited income participants. As a further change in the income eligibility, DHCD is proposing to allow categorical income eligibility determination. This would be for applicants that already have income certifications from other income-based programs, such as food stamps, Medicaid, and other various DHCD rehab programs. Instead of filling out another application and going through the documentation process again, these customers would only need to provide proof of their existing certification. DHCD has started to coordinate with the requirements of other agencies that provide such programs and will work to hopefully establish similar direct referral routes, such as is already in place with OHEP. And lastly, once an applicant is income qualified via one of the options that were mentioned previously, they would in the future be eligible for any program in DHCD's portfolio. So for example, if we have a property that applies to MIHA, but it's later determined that the loan or grant model is not compatible with the property's tax credit structure, the property can then receive services through the whole home efficiency program instead without needing an additional income qualification. Or vice versa, if a rental townhouse community applies for whole home efficiency services, but it is also receiving a loan through one of DHCD's other rehab programs, it would be more efficient to roll the energy measures onto the same loan via the MIHA process that is in place for loans and grants. We will now provide an overview of changes to our existing programs for the next program cycle. In the new program cycle, DHCD proposes to split its current LIHEAP program into two separate programs. The current LIHEAP program already operates two different tier levels in the current cycle. The Tier 2 jobs are the traditional comprehensive retrofits, and Tier 1 jobs were established in this cycle and very successfully implemented as a backup plan for those homes that have to be deferred from comprehensive treatment. These homes receive baseload measures such as light bulbs and appliances that are not affected by any health and safety issues in the home. In the current cycle, both service levels are administered and reported together under LIHEAP, and the results are sort of meshed together in the reports. However, if we're comparing the metrics of the two service levels, the Tier 1 is here shown in red above and the Tier 2 in blue below, it is clear that these are really two different types of projects. Tier 2 comprehensive projects are able to receive more measures on average, among them the very important building shell treatments like air sealing and insulation, which often also require more intensive incidental repairs. The Tier 2 programs also have to undergo very extensive energy modeling and inspection requirements in order to be able to leverage the DOE program funds. By splitting these programs, these tiers into two separate programs going forward, we believe that we will be able to provide clearer reporting of the results of each of the treatments and also allow for more efficient administration of Tier 1 projects. The base efficiency program under a new name is just a continuation of the Tier 1 service level of LIHEAP, and it will implement two enhancements in the next cycle. Adding a prescriptive measure list and removing the modeling requirement for base efficiency jobs will enable a more streamlined experience for both client and contractor. A job that may have previously been held up due to the extensive energy modeling inspection requirements, will now no longer need to take this extra time by applying a prescriptive measure list with predefined savings that are deemed cost-effective. And secondly, the current caps set for jobs for this type have unintentionally limited measures that could otherwise be cost-effective to install. By increasing the cost caps on base efficiency projects, more cost-effective measures would be able to be installed. For example, in this sample job, the previous soft cap of $2,500 did not enable the replacement of the hot water heater or the washing machine, despite both measures being cost-effective. Including these measures via a higher job cost cap would provide 2,000 additional kilowatt-hour savings for this job. Moving on to the Whole Home Efficiency Program, which is a continuation of the Tier 2, the comprehensive portion of the LIHEAP program, which will implement a few enhancements in the next cycle. One of them is the ability to credit savings that were previously achieved towards the SIR calculations of a comprehensive project if it is completed within 1 year of the prior service. I do want to clarify that this does not mean that the same savings would be reported twice. It would only use the prior savings to calculate the SIR and qualify the job for the comprehensive service. In this example, we illustrate how this mechanism would work. So for example, a home with a roof leak and moisture issues would have to be deferred and can receive base efficiency measures. That would include light bulbs, a refrigerator, a washer, or a window AC. On average, such a project would have a typical SIR of 5.9, which will exceed the requirements in place. Later on, when the client fixes the deferral reason, they will become eligible for a whole home efficiency program. However, since the SIR measures were already the high SIR measures were already installed under the base efficiency project, the remaining scope that includes air sealing and insulation does no longer meet the required SIR for a whole home efficiency project. If there had been no initial deferral, all measures together would easily qualify. In this case, the client would be penalized for repairing the roof at a later time and would not be able to receive the comprehensive measures. The same concept would also apply to measures that were installed from an energy kit. The savings of those would also be able to be credited towards calculating the SIR for the comprehensive project. Additional enhancements to the whole home efficiency program would be to consider a winter seasonal load to determine eligibility comparable to the summer seasonal load that is already considered. To establish a formal energy education component for energy audits, to increase the installation rate of HVAC equipment by allowing more outside funds to be leveraged, by developing a project management incentive for LWAs, which will strengthen leveraging opportunities, and by using percentage savings for the forecast and reporting instead of adjusted model savings, which have proven unreliable in the past. Moving on to the MEET program. The MEET program began as a pilot in 2019 in Baltimore City. It was designed based on stakeholder input, which encouraged DHCD to continue customer engagement in order to maintain saving equipment installed under LIHEAP and strengthen the energy efficient behavior past the initial LIHEAP treatment. The first year of the program pilot was recently evaluated by Cadmus, and we took the results into account when designing the new program cycle. Based on the positive participant feedback and unanimous support from the stakeholders, DHCD is planning to continue MEET into the next program cycle and also to expand it to all service territories. For the pilot, the program expected to achieve 3% savings of electric and gas consumption for its participants. It did achieve 3.2% on the electric side and 1% on the gas side. The pilot period was designed to deliver annually repeating home visits. However, due to measure changes in the core programs that will lead to fewer opportunities for light bulbs and electric measures in the future, DHCD is proposing for the next cycle to decrease the service frequency to 2 visits per cycle. One of the visits will focus on energy education, and this one will be able to be performed remotely, which will lower program costs and also make the program more resilient in light of the ongoing COVID pandemic. The second visit would focus more on the maintenance of equipment on site, so that would be an on-site visit, and will focus specifically on increasing gas savings through more clean and tunes in the program. In the pilot period, the participation rate stayed below the expectations, mainly due to some roadblocks in the client application process and by relying on only one service provider. For the next cycle, DHCD therefore plans to waive a renewal of income certifications, as all clients were already certified at the time of their LIEP or whole home service. And expanding the number of service providers will help to balance production rates and make the program more resilient to the staffing issues in certain agencies. I will now turn the microphone over to my colleague Scott Falvey, who will introduce some of the changes to our MIHA program.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Mr. Falvey. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. I am Scott Falvey. I'm also a Senior Energy Program Manager for the department. I'll present to you a few of the enhancements and changes proposed for the MIHA program for the next cycle, and certainly available for any questions that you may have. MIHA will continue to operate the same way that it currently does, but with a few modifications. Historically, MIHA has provided loans and grants only to projects of buildings and multifamily communities containing 5 or more units. However, there's been opportunities that have been missed with projects that consist of individual and multiple single-family detached units, maybe duplexes and other smaller types of buildings that are not necessarily a good fit for the whole home efficiency program. Such units might be undergoing significant rehab through one of DHCD's single-family loan programs, such as special loans or healthy homes for healthy kids. MIHA funds can really easily be leveraged as a grant or a loan, being included in these types of projects in their financing process to ensure that these types of projects also have a higher level of energy efficiency being designed into the rehab project. So that process is really the same process that we already do for our multifamily buildings. And so we're asking to be able to do the same thing really for any type of building and not limit it to the 5. The structure of the whole home efficiency program, which pays the service providers directly to do the work, is more complicated to integrate into a financed project than accessing MIHA funds through a loan or a grant. And that's a big part of the request is it's a different methodology. It's a different avenue for getting funds to a project. So the request really specifically is to remove the 5-unit restriction, to give all of these types of projects access to grants and loans available through the MIHA program. That's our first enhancement. To build on the first enhancement, but not dependent on it, DHCD is introducing a prescriptive list of high performance measures. This enhancement's an effort to get funds to projects that were previously deterred from funding because either the high cost of an energy audit or an uncertainty about the return on their investment by doing an audit and not necessarily having the money to put out there initially. The idea behind the prescriptive list is when an energy audit is not being used, a project still wants the funds, the project will have to, they'll actually be able to access the funds by installing higher efficiency measures. The prescriptive list will promote better designs by architects and engineers and also introduce new and better building products to the construction trades. It's also provide a quicker avenue to get a project from application to construction because we get to kind of bypass the longer process of doing the energy audit and the revisions that often have to go on with those. The prescriptive list is not intended to be a bypass of the whole building approach. The whole building approach is still going to be the primary method for determining project funding, but we want to have it available as an alternate. I'd also like to just kind of add on to yesterday's discussion regarding geothermal incentives. The high performance prescriptive list that we're proposing actually does have a ground source heat pump measure on that list, and we're offering it with an incentive of $2,500, which I think is pretty much in line with what our trade professionals were requesting yesterday. And then the next slide. So the next enhancement we're requesting is the ability to provide financial assistance to MIHA projects for conditions that must be addressed for the health and safety of the occupant or to protect the energy efficiency measure that's being installed with program funds. So we've heard this concern from property owners over the years, and it's also come up during work group meetings where some property owners stated they have not utilized the MIHA program because of additional costs the property would incur to make repairs that the program doesn't cover. Some of which might arise unexpectedly during the construction process, and it may halt the project. Some properties just don't have the cash or reserves for repairs to cover the costs. And so the slide shows a couple examples of similar type of work that could be covered as incidental repairs or health and safety funds. Another common condition that we run into with these projects is bathroom fans. They terminating in the attic spaces instead of terminating at the exterior of the building. These funds could provide extending the venting to terminate and vent at the exterior of the building rather than inside the attic where it causes damage, moisture damage to not only the structure, but also the insulation, and the moisture in the insulation degrades the R value of the insulation. So with this proposed change, each project will be eligible to receive up to 10% of funding in addition to the cost of the program funded energy efficiency measures. And funds that are not needed would not be used. And so in this example, if the energy measure funding was determined to be $200,000, we would also provide up to 10%, $20,000 for a total project funding of $220,000. And again, if they didn't need to use all of the funding, they would not be given the funding. With all of the MIHA projects, we only reimburse the project for the work that is actually done. And then other enhancements that we're doing are we want to introduce a project manager. We actually had this approved in the current plan, but we did it in kind of we intended to do it in a different process. And we never actually followed through with it. And I think we made the commission aware of that early on in the cycle. But we do want to reintroduce this incentive and think this time around we have a better plan for utilizing this process, which makes it more of a one-stop shop process, which is what we're aiming for. Should a customer decide to utilize a project manager for their application and project. We also want to provide building science training. Again, this is a measure or a service that was approved by the commission for the current cycle, but the conditions under which it was approved functionally did not work for the MEHA program. And so we've modified the request a little bit and kind of looking for a more straightforward approval on the training as proposed, which gives us the ability to provide the training kind of directly to those professionals that are working specifically on MEHA EmPOWER funded projects. We also wanted to request to align the duct sealing requirements with the utility home performance programs. Essentially, this just means that duct sealing is not required to be included when determining the SIR for a project. And as a low-income program, we didn't want to try to align the benefit factor, more closely and not leave savings and opportunity for a limited income program to not do work that would be allowed in a market rate program. We also want to remove the price list that we've been utilizing this current cycle, primarily because it hasn't proven to do what we were intending it to do. We kind of did it as a cost measure control, and we also did it to try to give the customers a better idea of how much funding they would get on a project. Neither of those have materialized. The average cost per unit for a MEHA project is in the area of about $4,000 a unit. So it's a pretty low number. And the list really did not have any impact on reducing that number. It really is a factor of, how much savings the measures are providing for, for the actual measure itself and comparing that. And it hasn't really provided property owners with any certainty in level of incentive, because the list was an up to amount. It was not a fixed amount. And so you couldn't rely on the incentive amount as being the actual amount that you're receiving for your project. So we don't feel that having a standard price list has been very beneficial, and we just want to remove that from the program. And really the last idea is to reduce the incentives for energy audits, because with the changes in energy auditing practices in the industry due to COVID, some of the work, really the diagnostic work on multifamily buildings, is being cut back for health and safety purposes. And so we feel that reducing the incentive for the energy audits is appropriate to reduce the expense that the program might cover. And those are the primary modifications we're looking at for MEHA for this coming cycle. Thank you.
All right, I will take back over for the last part of our presentation, which introduces the new programs that we're proposing to expand our reach in the next program cycle. The first one is a dedicated limited income energy kit program. Stakeholders have discussed for a while the need to engage limited income applicants early on in the application process to establish a trusted relationship and increase the participation rates. With the introduction of an energy kit specifically for the limited income program applicants, we're expecting to be able to increase the number of applications that will convert to on-site projects, and also provide a small amount of savings to those households that can't move forward regardless. The energy kit would provide over 1,600 kilowatt hours or $213 of lifetime savings to each new applicant that we would provide this kit to. DHCD is proposing to provide these kits to its customers directly as opposed to through the existing utility programs. The benefit of this route is that DHCD will be able to provide limited income targeted and measurable results in which the income levels of the participants are verified. The savings can be tied to specific utility accounts, and they can be measured later on through EM&B and through any follow-up site services that the customer may participate in. DHCD also has extensive knowledge of prior limited income program participation and can focus on targeting the kits to new clients only to avoid re-recruiting older clients. The kit contents and information will be closely aligned with the core program needs and requirements so that they can serve as an entry into the core program and not as a barrier that may later hurt the SIR of a project. DHCD is able and more than willing to coordinate the client list for such energy kit deliveries with the utilities in order to avoid duplication in the programs. The second new program is an enhanced weatherization program that builds on the successful SIF pilot that DHCD administered from 2015 to 2019 in the BG&E territory. This program addresses the segment of Maryland's limited income population with the highest energy costs, who are deferred from the comprehensive programs due to necessary repairs exceeding the cost caps. Customers would be not directly recruited for this program, but transferred to this program when they can't be serviced by either of DHCD's comprehensive programs, Whole Home Efficiency or MIHA, and if they meet the high energy use criteria of 15,000 kilowatt hours or more per year. Cadmus recently completed the EM&B of DHCD SIF program. The report found that single-family participants reduced their electricity usage by approximately 16% and gas usage by approximately 18%. This exceeds typical weatherization savings, which are in the range of 8 to 12%. The enhanced weatherization program also provides significant value beyond energy savings. An average project can expect lifetime energy savings of over $4,000. And in addition, it can generate non-energy benefits that are valued at over $7,000. If we were to include the return in property value increases, then the non-energy benefits can be as high as $22,240 for this program. The forecasts for this programs are on the conservative side. Depending on the amount of leveraging of other programs, the EmPOWER costs could be further reduced and assist more clients. In the following video, we put together an example of how the cost-effective numbers would look when they factor in all program benefits and not just the energy savings.
My name is Sammy Kawadja. I am coming to you semi-live from Portland, Oregon. I am a senior VP at Cadmus. Cadmus has been conducting evaluations and cost-effectiveness analyses for DHCD since approximately 2016. I have personally been involved in energy efficiency evaluation since early 80s. In my career, I've conducted hundreds of evaluations for utilities and other clients throughout North America. I have also taught many workshops on evaluation, statistical modeling, cost effectiveness to numerous clients throughout the US, Canada, and the world. For the next about 2.5 minutes, I would like to walk you through the forward-looking cost effectiveness of the proposed enhanced weatherization program. As filed, the program has a low benefit cost ratio of 0.09. Benefits and costs are based on the TRC, the total resource cost test. Next, I'm going to show you a couple of scenarios where we bring in various types of benefits, and I'll show you the impact of the benefit cost ratio of doing so. The first scenario, labeled scenario number 2, is when we bring in non-energy benefits currently allowed in the state of Maryland under the total resource cost test. If we do so, we bring in the benefit cost ratio to 0.21. These benefits are worth approximately $2,690 per participant. Under scenario 3, we include additional benefits like economic and health impacts currently not included under the total resource cost in Maryland. However, if that were to happen, the total resource cost benefit cost ratio increases to 0.44. In scenario number 4, we look at the possibility of including the property value impact. The program spends a significant amount of money on health, safety, and repairs, and one would expect that that would have an associated significant impact on the value of the properties. If that were to be allowed, the program actually becomes cost effective with a benefit cost ratio of 1.14. Finally, in scenario 5, if we're not going to include any non-energy benefits in the computation of the benefit cost ratio, the least we can do is to only include the dollars associated with the energy component of the program. And if we do that, the present value of the cost drops to $294,000, and the total resource benefit cost ratio increases to 0.53. Thank you very much for your time. Name is Sammy.
On the next slide, we have another industry expert who would like to offer additional information regarding the benefits of this type of program.
Hello, my name is Kevin Kennedy. I'm the program director for the Environmental Health Program at Children's Mercy Hospital in Kansas City. We have a healthy home program here at Children's Mercy that has worked with thousands of families to address environmental concerns in their homes for the last 20 years. So I'm here to talk a little bit today about the impact on families and the benefits of healthy home and health and safety programs and weatherization and energy efficiency programs in helping address home issues. It's important to understand that people manage their health not at a hospital like where I work, but in their neighborhoods and in their homes. In their homes, there are a host of health effects that people have related to the home itself, along with the chronic health condition that they may have from having lived there all this time. We also understand that children in particular are vulnerable to those conditions in homes. We know that they are not young adults, they are unique people and have special behaviors and vulnerabilities that make them particularly susceptible to what they grow up with in their home. Using lead as an example, we know significant health savings that are associated with what environment they're trying to manage their asthma in. This report from the American Academy of Pediatrics showed that clean indoor air was just as effective as medicines in helping kids controlling their asthma. The goal is to reduce exposure to these environmental conditions that occur in their home. We know for home performance and energy efficiency through a wide array of reports that have evaluated weatherization programs and energy efficiency programs that there are clear health benefits associated with people and for people who participate in those programs. So if you look at the different kinds of work, specifically when we do insulation, air sealing, heating system upgrades, ventilation upgrades, and appliances and cooking upgrades, that we see specific home improvements and that those home improvements have been associated with positive health outcomes for the long term of these people living in those homes. We know from overviews of the research that the energy upgrades lead to enough improvements that people have fewer hospitalizations and fewer ED visits after weatherization. Kids have fewer school days missed because of the energy efficiency work they've received in their home. We know that energy costs then are lower, which leads to the family having more money that they can spend on essentials like food and medicine and being able to pay their other bills. We also know that after weatherization, families' medical expenses themselves also go down by an average of $514. So we know that weatherization programs return $2.78 in health and safety benefits for every dollar invested. Energy efficiency in homes has led to $82 billion in healthcare cost savings annually. So we know these programs have a significant benefit for the citizens who receive the services. It makes perfect sense to invest in healthy home and weatherization services to benefit our citizens.
I just received notification that Secretary Holt is now on the line, and we'll do a brief intermission in our program to give him a chance to talk.
Well, are we unmuted? Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Commissioners, it's great to see you, and I'm sorry that we're not face-to-face in an open forum, but we're getting pretty used to this virtual communication. I'd prefer the other, however. I see some good friends there, and it's great to see you again. This department has come a long way from when the Hogan administration made some changes, hired some new, very talented folks, and decided that we needed to make some real commitments to expanding and improving performance of what we now call our whole home initiative. The concept of trying to sort of leverage assets to fix and correct a broader scale of problems that exist in limited income households. I think what we experienced was when we go in to an urban community where there was economic distress, we found a lot of inherent problems in the structural degradation or integrity of a home. You could find mold, leaking roof, windows that were broken and inferior. And so how could you address a leaky roof if there was mold in the basement? You had to correct all of the problems in order to fix what necessarily had to be corrected. If there was lead in a home and mold in the basement and a leaky roof, you had a real problem requiring a lot of capital and a lot of sort of programmatic resources that could combine together. And that's what Joe Seahusen and his team have accomplished. Over the years, I think you'll agree that we've sort of perfected our performance and provided you with the right kind of data to assess that we are, in fact, doing a good job. And we consider really, in a sense, that we're on the nation's cutting edge of delivery of energy efficiency and weatherization services and truly addressing the whole healthy home requirements. I would encourage you to sort of embrace this broader retrofit concept for limited income housing. And I guess I would conclude by saying that we'd like to scale up the services that we provide. We'd like to do more with more capital, and we're going to sort of let it to the Public Service Commission to decide what kind of financial capacity we should have to address what we know we can fix with greater financial resources. We certainly have the human resources now. We've built it right, so internally our personnel are the best, and they can deliver the solutions that you require. It's a matter of sort of capitalizing that. That's going to be up to you from my perspective. And so with that, I'm eager to answer any questions, and just want to express my deep thanks and appreciation to the Commission for being supportive of us from day one, allowing us to fix problems, allowing us to grow, and I think to becoming what is one of the nation's best energy efficiency organizations in state government.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Secretary. Your team has provided us with a good overview so far regarding the existing programs as well as some of the new programs that have been proposed.
Okay.
Ms.
Thank you,
Trent,
Mr. Chairman.
does the team have additional presentations?
I just have the net zero program remaining.
Thank you. We'll hear that, and then we'll have questions from commissioners of the DHCD team.
Okay. The Net Zero program is our third new program in the next cycle. It is a construction-based program available for projects that meet design criteria of Resonant Hearst Index ratings of 35 or less. These are very high efficiency homes that are considered net zero when renewable energy production is added on. DHCD is currently operating a net zero program based on Maryland legislature, and we're seeking EmPOWER funds to leverage and meet the market demand for this type of program. This program comes with a cost recovery mechanism in the form of a revolving loan that will redeploy the same funds multiple times and therefore achieving multiple rounds of savings. The benefits of this kind of program is that it contributes to the revitalization of disadvantaged communities in Maryland, which can alleviate their energy burden and overall economic situation. The revolving loan model regenerates its own funding over the course of time. The program encourages the growth of emerging developers that follow green building principles and also incentivizes traditional builders to change their designs to more efficient models. This type of program is also endorsed by Maryland's Greenhouse Gas Mitigation Work Group and will be hopefully considered and adopted in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Plan later this year. DHCD's existing net zero program contributed funding to the development of this true net zero project. The high efficiency housing here was coupled with a solar array to offset any future growth. A 9-unit manufactured passive house project is currently being constructed at a site in Easton. It is manufactured in a factory by a local Delmarva company, and we just have a quick 1-minute demonstration of what these houses look like.
A passive house is a popular design in Europe, which makes a building super airtight and efficient so that no energy is wasted. Walls are thicker in a passive house to account for more insulation. Triple pane windows are used, energy efficient lighting and plumbing, and HVAC systems operate on minimum effort due to the extreme energy efficiency of the building system. Passive townhouses were chosen to be constructed in Easton, Maryland for the Port Street Revitalization Project. They're beautiful and will benefit its residents for many years. America Homes is proud to be a partner in this project, and we're looking forward to partnering in many more.
In this example, the Net Zero program was used as a loan enhancement to provide an insurance strategy in case the loan with the private lending institution would default. The project did not default and the funds were returned to DHCD. So this is how the program could also be used. When considering the cost effectiveness of such a program, it really has to be evaluated over time. In revolving loan programs, the same allocation will produce additional savings over time each time the loan revolves. If approved, DHCD can file a revised forecast with achieving higher savings in units by focusing more on the rehab of existing units and less emphasis on new buildings. And I think in cases like this, the traditional EmPOWER cost effectiveness tests, as we've also shown for the enhanced weatherization program, do not work as well, as they don't capture the long-term revolving fund structure, and they also don't include the very large non-energy benefits that such programs generate. In this case, you see that the cost test as filed in the plan following the typical EmPOWER guidelines is very low. However, if we focus more on existing construction and start to include the non-energy benefits, which are in this case very high, if we're including the non-energy benefits and the property value increases in those areas, the program can be as cost effective as a 0.38 TRC, or if only the energy savings investment were considered, it would be at a 0.52 TRC. DHCD currently has 30 units in the application phase for net zero construction, and they would all be ready to go in 2021. By adding EmPOWER funding, these projects can proceed very quickly and generate revolving savings for the state. And this concludes our presentation for today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tran. I'll open it up to commissioners for questions. If we could take down the slide deck at this point. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the secretary's still with us. I want to make a comment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Falvey a question. But Mr. Secretary, thank you for your comments, and thanks for getting on with us. If you can still hear me, I appreciate what I see as evidence of continuous improvement from your team. So Mr. Sehusen, Ms. Tran, Mr. Falvey, and the department in general in its programming, I believe are giving us ample evidence of a continuous improvement kind of perspective, and I like that very much. And so I appreciate it. I wanted you to hear that, sir. Mr. Falvey, just quickly, your geothermal incentive, heat pump incentive, you said $2,500, I believe. Is that on a per ton basis or a flat rate?
That was just proposed to be a flat rate per equipment unit.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Welcome.
For the team, we know you have 3 new programs in addition to the substantial modifications to your flagship programs. Our staff reviewed all 3 of them. They see benefit and cost savings for the energy efficiency kits. However, for the 2 programs that we just viewed and the experts in the videos regarding enhanced weatherization and the net zero program, not only were they concerned with taking a look at the cost effectiveness, but they were also concerned with the limited numbers of participants. Notably, I believe it was about 60 participants in the enhanced weatherization and only, I believe, 6 or 7 homes in the net zero program, thereby resulting in staff recommending that the commission reject both of those programs in its entirety. Can you respond with respect to the low number of customers that would be touched by these programs?
The low number of participants in these programs are mainly due to budget constraints and the attempt to continue our focus on the comprehensive core programs. There is a large opportunity to increase these numbers by using the leveraging funds that we have available from other programs, and also by focusing more on cost-effective programs on the net zero side. As we mentioned, we are able to increase the program participants up to 19 units by focusing more on retrofits rather than complete new construction on the net zero side. And on the enhanced weatherization side, we would be able to increase the participation by bringing in as many outside funds that we can leverage.
That makes sense, Ms. Tran, and I know OPC supports the enhanced weatherization program. If these programs are approved by the commission, do you expect that there would be cost savings if they are scaled up to benefit a greater number of customers?
You mean as a economy of scale sort of cost savings?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, correct. And also keep in mind that the Net Zero program is already a program that we are operating. So there is already processes in place that can be leveraged as well. So we're not just leveraging outside funds with the EmPOWER portion, we're also leveraging those processes and staff that is in place.
Thank you. Thank you for that video of the project out in Easton. Other questions? Commissioner Herman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Tran and your entire team. I have been involved in various ways over a long time with DHCD, and you all, I agree with the secretary, have made, you know, amazing strides. So congratulations for that. If you could go to slide 17, the one that showed your income levels.
I believe I no longer have the sharing privileges on my side. Oh, now I have.
Sorry.
Okay, I'll try to pull it up. Which slide did you mention?
17.
Okay.
Assuming I wrote that down right. There we go. Okay, so the increasing from 250% of the poverty level, and you said you'd be able to prioritize lower income. How would you do that, given that, you know, you might have a bunch of these new higher income folks come in right at the beginning, and then at the end of the year, you might get lower income folks coming in. So how would you do that prioritization?
It would happen on an ongoing basis, similar to how we currently already prioritize new customers. At the moment, we receive a large number of monthly referrals of applicants, and we typically prioritize new applicants as opposed to repeat applicants. And we're doing that by assigning the new applicants first to our network partners for service. And later in the month, after they have contacted the new applicants, we will then assign out the repeat applicants for the network partners to reach out to them. That is one of the current processes we're employing. If that is appropriate or not, I think the limited income work group would be able to come up with the process that is deemed best to accomplish the goals.
Okay, thanks. And my other question is, with the energy efficiency kits, how do you avoid the risk of overlapping with utility kits?
We have started.
Utilities.
Yeah, we have started the discussions with the utilities and are looking forward to collaborating with them on these efforts. Our kits are very targeted to the specific applicants that we receive. And we are doing a lot of data mining to determine who is a new applicant and who is a repeat applicant. We will be looking forward to working with the utilities on comparing our clients to ensure that there is no overlap and take into account who they are sending kits to.
Thanks. And finally, on the enhanced weatherization program you were talking to the chairman about a little bit, I note that the Maryland Energy Administration thought that health and safety repairs should be from some other leverage funds as opposed to ratepayer funds. And could you respond to that?
Yeah, so as the secretary mentioned, there are more outside funds available now than they were in the past, and we're integrating deeper with those outside funds. However, they are spotty at best. A lot of these outside funds come with additional restrictions. Some of them are in the form of loans that not all customers may qualify. Some of them are in only for owners that renters wouldn't qualify for. So we are applying those other funds wherever possible, but based on those additional restrictions, They are very spotty and cannot reach all of our clients in the EmPOWER program.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Ms. Tran.
Good afternoon.
I had a couple of questions similarly to Commissioner Herman regarding the income eligibility. So I'm glad you have that slide up. I'm actually looking at slide 15. So it's just two away. There you go. So I'm trying to make sure I understand the rationale for changing the income eligibility poverty level requirement from 200 to 250%. So the justification is that the single family households would get the same benefit as the multifamily household. Is that the only reason, or is there something else that maybe is not here that I'm not seeing?
Yeah, and that is the main reason, to be able to provide equitable access to single family versus multifamily households. I can skip to this slide real quick. You can see that on average, the annual utility cost for a single family household is much higher than for a multifamily households. And therefore, we're looking to provide more equitable access for these energy savings to the single family market as well. And we have also found in the stakeholder process, together with the utilities, they mentioned this as well, that there is a large number of clients that have been just over the income limits as they were set currently. However, they're not able to afford the cost share that the market rate programs require. So they are currently kind of left out. They're earning too much for the limited income programs and too little for the market rate programs.
Okay. So let's go back then to slide 16. So just moving around these 5 slides here.
This one?
This is the one, yes. So is this the estimated number of households that would now be eligible for for assistance under the new poverty level, 250%?
Correct.
We're talking about a little under 115,000.
Yeah, and this is based on census data.
Okay. And so this number was calculated, and I know I keep going back to this, but it was calculated prior to the recent current pandemic and COVID-related issues that we're going through currently.
Yes. This was based on the last census data that is available. Obviously, there will be brand new data coming out soon.
Right. All right. So that means that the number of customers we're talking about assisting this is going to be for all of the programs that DHCD is offering. So it'll expand into, we're talking about at least 115,000, but it's probably a larger number.
Potentially, it will potentially be larger as the population increases that is earning less under the current circumstances.
And so the way you're going to use the word find these customers is through referrals from other state agencies?
Amongst other ways. We have a very comprehensive marketing plan that we proposed in our plan, which includes direct referrals from other state agencies that deal with limited income clients and provide services to them. We have started to establish a referral network with such other state agencies and nonprofits that provide income-based services. That's just one of the avenues. We also get a large number of cross referrals through other DHCD programs that already have slightly higher income levels, specifically on the multifamily rental side and on the single family special loan side. And then other marketing strategies include very general outreach. So we don't necessarily target our outreach events that we attend and our outreach efforts such as social media. It's very hard to target those to only below 200% federal poverty line. So all of those avenues are already reaching the moderate income levels as well.
All right, that was all the questions I had. Thank you very much, Ms. Tran.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Well, thank you to DHCD for this this fine presentation. We always look forward to seeing you twice a year. At this point, we will take a lunch recess until 2:20 this afternoon. Oh, hey. No, sorry. I thought I heard somebody. Until 2:20 this afternoon, at which time we will hear from the Baltimore Gas and Electric Company. We're author. The commission will be back on the record in approximately 1 minute. This is a continuation of case number 9648. Our last presentation of the day will be from the Baltimore Gas and Electric Company. Before BGE presents, I'd like to revisit the question I asked at the outset this morning at 10 a.m. BGE may not have been in the room at the time. Do we have BGE representatives available to answer that question?
I think all of us, this is Lori Duhan, and yes, we are here.
Hi, I'm Ms. Duhan. At 10 a.m., I inquired whether or not BGE and the other utilities would be able to provide the projected surcharge amounts for the behavioral and administrative costs that were requested by staff.
Mm-hmm.
Will BGE be able to provide that
Yes.
information?
Yes, I apologize. I got in at about 10:02 and I missed the opportunity there. But yes, we will be ready to have the surcharge analysis as requested November 13th.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duhan. With that, you may begin your presentation.
Okay, we're going to have Christia Ravenall is driving. So once that presentation is up, I will begin. There we are. So good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. As already noted, I'm Lori Jean with Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, and BGE is very excited to present our 21 through 23 EmPOWER Maryland plans. In addition to myself, we have all the energy efficiency managers available: Eric Rapko, Bill Wolf, Amanda Janeski, and Chris Walls. They're all here virtually, of course, to present their program plans. Next slide, please. BGE, yep. It was there, now it's not. There we are. BGE through EmPOWER Maryland has accomplished so much. Through June, our average residential use per customer down for both electric and gas 14% and 8%. The cumulative annualized savings are more than noteworthy at 6.1 million megawatt hours and 3.1 million therms. Combined, that's the equivalent of the greenhouse gas emissions from 983,000 cars or the electric use of 770,000 homes. Next slide, please. There's no question that the financial benefits to customers are enormous. Life cycle benefits to BGE's customers participating in EmPOWER is $6.4 billion. In fact, for every dollar BGE invests in EmPOWER Maryland, it generates $5.91 to the participating residential and $3.52 to the participating C&I customers. And as I noted yesterday, our bills are down substantially since EmPOWER began: $425 for electric residential bill and $160 for gas. Next slide, please. Our programs not only produce energy savings, but they help the local economy. Hundreds of Central Maryland retail locations participate in BGE's lighting and appliance programs. Numerous HVAC distributors, as well as home performance and QHEC contractors, participate in our energy efficiency programs. BGE's commercial and industrial programs support in excess of 300 contractors that drive local jobs and strive to make Maryland's businesses more competitive through energy efficiency investments. We're always looking for ways to leverage AMI data and analytics to provide our customers individualized tips, evaluations, and disaggregated usage information. BGE believes that program investigation, PID, is key to developing innovation leading edge and cost-effective programs. Using it allows us to explore and assess trends and verify new opportunities for cost-effective energy savings and load reduction. Since it's our responsibility to judiciously spend our EmPOWER funding, PID allows us to test new programs on a smaller and cost-effective scale. As OPC noted, PID creates opportunities for innovation and learning, and it allows us to look at measurable results to determine if we can scale to cost-effective programs. Our 21 through 23 plan is once again a well-rounded portfolio of programs designed to cost-effectively increase energy savings and meet the 2% energy savings goal. Next slide, please. I saw a motivational poster the other day. It said, "The road to success is always under construction." And sometimes I feel that way working with EmPOWER, and that is our approach, making EmPOWER programs successful year after year, cycle after cycle, meeting the energy needs of our diverse group of residential and commercial customers. BG's programs continue to be successful and award-winning because of our innovation. We are aware that it becomes more difficult to continue to achieve our energy savings. And so now examples of some exciting programs that we launched in 20 or that are in our 2021 plan, and we'll elaborate on these later in the presentation. So this is just to whet your appetite a little bit. We have our Play and Save gamification within BGE's mobile app, Connected Rewards, which is our new Bring Your Own Thermostat program that launched in 2020. For 2021, we're looking to advance youth engagement and education. We're looking to develop a new generation of energy savers. We're looking to bring our successful Smart Energy Manager program to our commercial customers, pilot a residential virtual power plant, and investigate Wi-Fi enabled smart TV as an energy efficiency and demand response resource. Next slide, please. Just noting once again, over 70%, this year 70% of our budget is incentives, and that's to encourage distributors to stock and customers to buy energy efficient equipment. Now, Mr. Ropko will talk about residential plan.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Turning to the residential programs, we look to continue to build on a successful track record with these programs, working to bring efficiencies and new innovation to the program, and making it easier for our customers, all our customers, to participate. Our lighting programs will continue to incentivize customers where they shop through broad market channels, from big box stores to local neighborhoods. We'll continue to find ways to target low-income and hard-to-reach customers through efforts like the food banks, nonprofits, and local events which cater to these hard-to-reach customers. We have prepared our lighting plan to be proactive should lighting standards change, and we continue to monitor this market to see if there's any impact to our program. Our appliance program moved to the ESRPP program, and we continue to learn and build on the experience from these programs. One of the key things from participating in ESRPP is working to manage spend while delivering savings to customers. And BG continues to look for the best opportunities for our customers. For the items that remain in rebated channels, we look for new opportunities, and this includes expanding things like instant rebates, which have been successful for our Smart Thermostat program, and added to other rebated items like our heat pump water heaters. Our appliance recycling program, we continue to offer more flexibility when it comes to customer convenience, easier signups, in-home and contactless pickup for these refrigerators. In 2020, we were planning to increase the number of drop-off events, and we plan to resume these drop-off events when the conditions allow. We plan to increase the number of drop-off events, and we plan to look to have targeted events and work with community organizations. We will continue to look for opportunities for cross-promotion, and we've had success with programs like HVAC and others, and we'll look outside of what we've currently done to see if there's additional opportunities, such as working with DHCD or even with the appliance companies that are selling new appliances. Our Smart Thermostat program still has room to grow, and I know that because I still haven't been able to touch my parents' thermostat after all these years. However, they live in upstate New York, and they're not BG customers, and I'm concerned about BG customers. We plan to continue offering Smart Thermostats as a rebate program, and the savings for the heating and cooling are still compelling. Opportunities exist for customers to purchase these rebated thermostats in stores and online, and we continue to work to evolve our optimization program as the thermostat offering evolves as well. Moving to the next slide. Our HVAC program has transitioned to the midstream model in the current cycle, and we plan to continue this model in the next cycle, and we strive to make the program more cost effective. We continue to engage with distributors as well as parties like Jim McGee and his clients at the Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors of Maryland as we continue to work to refine this program. Our collaboration is notable because earlier this year we worked with different parties across the EmPOWER program to push through a change which helped our contractors and distributors enhance this program mid-program. And we continue to engage with these parties. We've also had discussions with the geothermal companies as well. And we're proposing an HVAC tune-up program as well in this cycle. We've engaged with SMECO as well as Jim McGee and his clients at the Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors of Maryland as we designed this program, looking for ways that we can enhance what's already been out there and make it more cost effective for customers and target those customers that might not be doing the regular maintenance. This includes new homeowners as well as people that might not have the funds to do the regular maintenance program. And we plan to recruit local licensed HVAC contractors to participate in this program and providing jobs as well as savings to our customers. In the Home Performance with Energy Star program, we plan to continue our performance-based incentive model, which has helped improve the program performance and drive deeper and more cost-effective savings. We continue to explore enhancements like enhanced reporting for customers so that they can understand these home improvements and also use them as a selling point if they someday sell their home. As customers, new home buyers can't always see the installation that might be behind the wall, but align, the reports, comprehensive reports for customers might help use this as a selling point going forward. Our Quick Home Energy Checkup program continues to evolve, and we'll be adding a smart thermostat to this program. We will enhance the contractor tools for better verification and reporting, and we'll explore new offerings for this program. We have a PID request to explore devices like smart dryer controls in this next cycle. These are potential new ways for us to evolve the QHEC program, and we want to work to determine their savings for customers and to determine how and if we should include them in future planning. Our new construction program has helped Maryland become a leader in Energy Star certified homes. We thank the many builders who participate in this program and helping them deliver Marylanders energy efficient new homes. The coordinated work group has expanded the qualifying enhancement for inclusion in the next cycle, and we continue to work with our utility peers on things like the Net Zero Ready Home offering. And we look for opportunities to work with industry leaders like Lennar and other home builders in the next cycle. Now I'm going to turn it over to Bill Wolf, the manager for C&I programs.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Bill Wolf on behalf of BG&E. As you all are aware, we're beginning to see a resurgence in COVID, and this will continue to have a strong economic impact to our C&I customers, and especially our small business customers, who we feel that will be hit the hardest. With this in mind, BG&E is proposing several new initiatives to increase participation among these groups. The most significant approach, of course, will be directed to small business. First, along with the other Maryland utilities, BG&E is proposing expanding the small business program to include customers between 60 kW and 100 kW. This includes customers such as medium and large size restaurants, auto repair facilities, convenience stores, small food markets, religious facilities, and many of the nonprofits that serve our communities. More importantly, we are proposing to extend the small business and nonprofit advance period to 3 years. And what this does is this creates a positive cash flow. Since most lighting retrofits, LED lighting retrofits, take 2 to 3 years for payback, what this allows customers to do is to get more monthly energy savings on their bill that will exceed the advance payment. So they have no outgoing cash flow. I should also note that this small business energy advance has been very successful. We've been implementing this for 6 years. The initial fund was $2 million. We've distributed over $6 million in advances, and we still have close to $1 million left in the original funds. So very successful program. In addition, we are proposing to add a small business advisor who can provide personal and technical assistance to these customers. For our prescriptive and custom programs, we will continue to transition custom measures to prescriptive. This helps customers reduce application timelines and also reduce the need for very stringent technical reviews. We are also introducing new national account initiatives. These include such things as simplified worksheets and expedited pre-approval process for our national accounts. We are also asking for the capability to increase the custom incentive to 35 cents per kWh from 28 cents per kWh. We are only proposing this if needed, and the opportunity presents themselves to add some very large projects, and of course, if the budgets allow that. I do want to make one clarification for our custom program. BG&E had proposed in its proposal to have the incentive structure be 75% of the retrofit cost and 90% of the incremental cost. It's my understanding that the other Maryland utilities would like to remain at the 50% and 75% levels that we have now, and so BG&E is withdrawing our proposal for the 75-90 incentive structure. Move to the next slide. For our building tune-up program, we are adding 2 new initiatives that we're very excited about. The first is the addition of monitor-based commissioning incentives, where incentives are paid for savings monitored over a certain period. So it's not just go in, do a building tune-up and pay those incentives. We will actually monitor those incentives over, say, a 6-month or a year period and pay those incentives for savings over that period. And we're looking to add a new virtual commissioning initiative where we use AMI data to do a virtual audit of a facility, make recommendations based on these findings, and then count the savings based on the verification of those recommendations. In order to attract small customers in our combined heat and power program, we are revising our incentive structure. Right now it goes from 900 to 1,200. We're now going to expand that to 800 to 2,000, with, of course, the smaller customers getting the larger incentive. We're also very excited to say that we will be promoting the fuel cell technology. However, BG&E does not support exporting. BG&E believes it is beyond the scope of EmPOWER Maryland, which is to promote and implement energy efficiency at the customer's home or facility. Allowing export would go well beyond the EmPOWER's original intention. In addition, allowing exporting puts the utilities in a position of paying very large incentives, and we're talking millions of dollars, to customers to create a business that generates revenue, something that customers paying the surcharge would probably not be in favor of, since they would, in essence, be financing this business adventure.
Mr. Wolf, can I interrupt?
Certainly.
Earlier, when PEPCO was presenting, you may have heard Ms. Partridge and I had a question or conversation about this topic here. We heard from Bloom Energy yesterday, and they were concerned about the prohibition on incidental export of energy from their fuel cell technology to the system. And I was trying to figure out what the definition of incidental is. Is your position that any export of electricity from the fuel cell would be in violation of the terms?
Yes. In the in the programs that were established in 2012, the way we proposed these programs to the commission was that no exporting would be allowed. And I think the commission had some concerns at the time that they did not want to be, providing incentives for something that went beyond the EmPOWER's original intent.
In your position, there would be no de minimis exception in that case. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for answering that question.
So finally, we are adding a new outdoor lighting program. These are incentives for conversions of LED customer-owned unmetered streetlights. This will require a new EmPOWER Maryland surcharge because these customers are currently under a streetlight tariff. This is a relatively small class of customers. We're probably looking 50 to 60 customers, and we're currently studying the impact to these customers. So there may be a delay in implementing this program. That concludes the C&I portion of our proposal. I would now like to turn it over to Amanda Janansky, who is manager of our residential and commercial behavior programs.
Thank you, Bill. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Amanda Janansky, and we'll be providing a report out today on the highlights of our behavioral programs that we're proposing in the upcoming cycle. So first up, I'd like to talk about Smart Energy Manager. Our Smart Energy Manager residential program is comprised of many components, which include a customer engagement web platform, an online home energy assessment, high bill alerts, email, and paper reports. In our next cycle, we do plan to continue providing these components of our program to customers to allow them to continue to have insights into their energy usage, which is made available through smart meter data to drive energy savings and thereby helping them lower their bills. Over the years that our program has run, the data science and analytics behind the program components have become more sophisticated, and for the upcoming cycle, these enhancements will enable even greater personalization and disaggregation of data for our customers, also including intelligent energy savings tips recommendations, and then also allowing us to do more targeted marketing of our residential programs. Some of the improvements and innovations that we're looking to include in the next cycle will include reducing the amount of paper reports sent to customers, moving to an approach that relies more on digital engagement to drive results, expanding upon disaggregation to help customers understand what specific appliances are using the most energy within their own home, new communication channels and methods to customers, which includes the incorporation of our gamification techniques and the learnings of our pilot that is ongoing this year, a revamped HER that employs new behavioral science techniques and has been refreshed with a new look and feel that employs the latest design practices. And then also, we want to use this program to support grid modernization, as SEM not only supports the energy savings goals of EmPOWER Maryland, but helps our customers who are taking advantage of options coming out of PC 44. These improvements within our residential program will all continue to make use of our customers' AMI data, ensuring they reap the benefits of their investment in the AMI infrastructure. Our plans for the residential behavioral program in the upcoming cycle will have the program contributing 23% of savings of our total portfolio savings, which is approximately the same as our 2018 to 2020 cycle. Next up, talking about our commercial Smart Energy Manager program. In the upcoming cycle, we want to, again, continue to utilize the smart meter investment to provide our commercial customers energy insights within the Smart Energy Manager program. We want to assist them in achieving energy savings equally as our residential customers that have the ability to do so. The program will generate personalized insights to ensure our commercial customers receive relevant usage information for their business type. Energy insights will be delivered within a self-service online portal. The portal will have a variety of usage tools available for commercial customers, such as portfolio benchmarking, a demand heat map, and personalized tips, all of which can influence operational and behavioral changes in their businesses and can increase the likelihood a business owner participates in other commercial energy efficiency programs, as those personalized tips will recommend to their business will be targeted to them. The measurement of this program will occur as a matched control experimental design, which is where the comparison group, or think of them as participating or treatment customers, will be matched with non-participating customers with similar energy usage profiles to measure the energy reduction. The program is part of a commercial portfolio design to cultivate the best customer experience for our commercial customers. And again, just to make sure that we're achieving the potential for the most cost-effective savings for our portfolio. The plans for the commercial behavioral program in the upcoming cycle will have the program contributing 1% of savings of our total portfolio, and then even less than 1% of the cost. Next up, under our behavioral program, I'll be talking about the school education program. So our proposed school education program will utilize a school delivery format to provide energy savings kits that will contain energy efficiency measures that will be installed in students' homes as part of the learning experience. These kits will also contain educational materials, which will include hands-on workbooks and classroom materials to aid the teacher to teach energy efficiency and quick start guides for parents that can really inspire families to adopt new behavioral habits and also drive participation in other EmPOWER Maryland programs. The program will meet Maryland's educational standards of science and mathematics to promote real-world problem-solving approaches to educate students about energy conservation and is designed to target all demographics in our service territory. We're really looking forward to being able to offer this program to our customer base, as it gets energy efficiency measures installed in customers' homes and has the benefit of reaching students before they become responsible for an energy bill to teach them new knowledge of energy management, and also can just help educate others within the home, allowing kids also to contribute to the family's energy bill. Lastly, under the behavioral programs, we are also proposing a pilot. So we're proposing an engagements and rewards pilot concept, which we envision to not overlap with the schools or behavioral programs. Rather, this pilot is designed to enhance our offerings by providing youth the opportunity to apply concepts learned in school and then reward them for taking steps to reduce energy on their own, in their own homes, after the energy efficiency course is complete in the classroom. What we're trying to do is build upon the knowledge that they're learning in school with the basic premise of learning, where lessons acquired must be applied in order to be internalized for long-term use. So for example, our schools program will educate students about energy conservation and provide them with information about programs available through BGE. But then we envision that our pilot will then provide students rewards for educating their parents, neighbors, community, anybody else they're really talking to be successful in enrolling them in other EmPOWER Maryland programs. While some of the reward earning missions may overlap with the current behavioral messaging and tips, the intent of the pilot is really to understand if combining education and rewards with messaging produces savings. BG is exploring a variety of different energy savings types missions for the pilot, which may include actions such as thermostat setting adjustments, identification of areas which may benefit from smart power strips, and then also installation of energy efficient lighting. It is also important to note for this pilot that BGE tends to target a subset of at-risk and in low to moderate income neighborhoods where attendance in school may not be the norm. By providing a supplemental program outside of the school day, students can still learn and participate in this program's educational goals. BGE hopes that if we can encourage youth outside of school, that we could start to help combat energy poverty within their own homes and develop good energy saving habits as these individuals move towards adulthood. That concludes my highlights of the behavioral program. I'll turn it over to Chris Walls, the manager of our demand response programs, for his highlights.
Ms. Janoski, before you go, can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell. Yes, I can.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about your residential and commercial smart energy manager. For the residential, I know you said it was approximately 23% of the savings, represented 23% of the savings in the portfolio, and it was about the same level as the previous cycle. What's the budget? So if the savings are flat, what's happening in the budget in that segment?
Yep, so let me pull it up real quick. So for our current cycle that we're proposing, the cost of the residential behavioral program is 3% of the total portfolio. And last cycle, the cost was 4% of the total portfolio cycle. So it's remaining flat, slightly decreasing as well.
Thank you. And in the commercial smart energy manager, how do you define your control groups and your treated groups if it's self-service online platform?
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner O'Donnell. And it's a little bit different than the RCT, the randomized control trial that we do for the residential program, Because it's opt-in, we're not able to do an RCT. So what we do is a matching approach. So customers will opt in, it's self-service, but there will be a subset of customers that will not opt in. Those customers that don't opt in, we'll consider them our control customers. And what we'll do, we'll look at the customers that have opted in to match them to control customers or customers that have chosen not to opt in with similar profiles to make sure that we're comparing businesses to businesses, restaurants, you know, similar restaurants, things like that. And then we'll do the analysis based upon those two treatment and control group.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair. Again, this is Chris Walls, and I lead BG's demand response portfolio. I want to share with you, in summary, 4 major towers of activity over 21 through 23 with regard to our residential demand response portfolio. And you can see the towers grow, transition, complete, and innovate. And I'll just talk a little bit about each of them. With regard to the grow tower, we would continue to grow our very successful Connected Rewards program. And the Commission may recall BG last summer filed a transition plan to partially sunset our legacy Peak Rewards demand response program and offer a new bring your own device, and in this case, thermostats, Connected Rewards program. We launched that in May, and the launch was particularly timely in a COVID period because customers with qualifying thermostats, of which there are many manufacturers and still more models, just can participate in the program by simply interacting with their manufacturer's app. And we are very proud to report that we have over 11,000 participants in that program already, having just launched it in May. And I won't go through the customer satisfaction results there on the slide, but suffice to say, it's we're very optimistic about the first summer under our belt with that program. And leveraging on that success, and I'll talk a little bit about this in the Innovate Tower, but to bring on an additional bring your own device, we believe that this is an excellent first start of a platform to encourage, as we see more and more customers and more devices being connected via Wi-Fi, that gives us a new opportunity to engage with our customers in new ways to help them save and better manage their energy consumption. So the next tower is transition, and that one focuses on, like I said, the Peak Rewards air conditioning program, that legacy program where the Commission approved our plan in December of last year to move that into a partial sunset or a maintenance mode. So we would continue to maintain that very large base of devices, both outdoor switches as well as thermostats, but at the same time begin to test out transition messaging to our customers and begin to transition customers from the legacy Peak Rewards over to the Connected Rewards program. Under the Complete Tower, again, as part of that same plan that we filed and the Commission approved last December, we would retire in place approximately 24,000 water heater connected devices that program was no longer cost effective. And in fact, this week we'll begin to communicate directly to those participants to let them know that the program will be ending as of the end of this winter. Actually, February of next year will be their last credit. But to be clear, we would, as part of that communication, offer those customers the many other energy efficiency and demand response programs that we have to offer to ensure that those customers recognize there are definitely other opportunities for them to help manage their energy consumption and save on their utility bill. And lastly is the Innovate portion. And of course, this morning, there's been a lot of discussion about program investigation, design, and development. And we're particularly excited about the 2 under the demand response portfolio that we filed. The first being an LG TV, smart TV pilot. And, you know, I guess the easiest way to look at this is, why are we filing this? What trends are we acknowledging that we want to try to take advantage of to improve our customers' ability to engage with us and get more value out of EmPOWER overall?
So a couple of the insights we are acknowledging and seeing based on research is that there's an average of about 2.8 TVs per household. Additionally, since 2012, it was about 9% participation or penetration of smart TVs. And that 9% now has rapidly grown up to 60% in 2019 of smart TV penetration across the country. And it's predicted that in 2021, next year, 75% of new TVs sold will be smart TVs. And so how do we translate that specifically into our service territory? Our manufacturer partner that we're proposing, which is LG, has told us that over 54,000 LG smart TVs are within our service territory. So the offer would be that we would engage with about 1,000 pilot participants to utilize really what I'm calling the trifecta of benefit to EmPOWER, which is a demand response opportunity. So during periods of peak demand, we would lower the brightness of the screen of the television and of course measure the customer reaction to that post-event. Additionally, in an ongoing basis or during an ongoing basis from an energy efficiency standpoint, encourage the customer to keep that dimming function ongoing to lower the overall energy consumption of the TV. And then lastly, to use that platform to potentially send customers behavioral messaging, so such as tips on energy efficiency and perhaps tips using or tips utilizing other BGE programs. So we think that's one pilot idea that has a great deal of potential for engaging our customers. And of course, like all pilots, we would share the results with our other utilities and key stakeholders. And the last portion of the innovation tower is VPP. We're particularly excited about virtual power plant. And here again, what are we noticing? Why are we filing this? So this has already been brought up earlier this morning, commissioners and chair, but back in July of 2019, Order 89189 challenged the utilities to create synergies between PC44 and EmPOWER. And we think this offer does that. It's an area-wide VPP proposal, which is different than what's being proposed in PC44. We're particularly excited to demonstrate an integrated DER opportunity, as we see that this is sort of the future of a resilient grid and a resilient utility set of offerings. We would also encourage the pilot participants potentially to take advantage of the TOU pilot as well, such as an example of charging during off-peak and discharging during on-peak, and also discharging from a DR standpoint as well. So a couple of things there that we hope to learn: regulatory opportunities, PJM capacity opportunities, and of course, really most importantly, the customer insights, how customers will behave in using VPP, what benefits do we see them getting out of this, and what are we measuring? We've done a lot of research across the country with various utility VPP offerings to learn as much as we can. But actually, it's our understanding at this point that this would be the first of its kind of VPP offering within the PJM. So we're particularly excited to demonstrate that and share the learnings. And I'll close with, as we always do, commissioners, we appreciate your thoughtful insight and in all of these PID proposals, and of course look and respectfully ask you to approve our PID proposals, because we think they present a very unique opportunity to learn and continue this pipeline of new programs and new opportunities within EmPOWER. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Doohan to continue the presentation.
Waltz, before you go.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you about your PID program. You may have heard me ask Mr. Ellis and Ms. Partridge earlier about their budget there and how much of it was undesignated, and what was encumbered and what was undesignated under that budget function.
Okay. I'll ask Ms. Doohan to add to this if I misspeak, but approximately over the 3 years, our PID budget is about $3.3 million per year. So a total of roughly $10 million is our PID budget, 2/3 of which has been allocated, and within our PID section, we have filed specific programs and PID program opportunities and specific budgeted dollars, and a third has been not allocated at this point. And our logic there for the non-allocated is that, you know, we're here in 2020, and we actually began planning our 21 through 23 programs really last year. So we believe that undesignated portion gives us the opportunity, as things continue to advance, as technology continues to advance, as opportunities present themselves. We think that we can, by filing that dollar amount and alerting the commissioners and the stakeholders that that's what we're proposing, while it's not specifically allocated to any one thing, it gives us the flexibility and leverage in order to be able to take advantage of something that we think is an excellent trend. And of course, like always, we would be completely transparent with the commissioners and file every semi-annual in detail what we're proposing and share it with stakeholders and seek feedback and input.
All right, very good. Thank you. I was going to ask you about the quarterly, semi-annual, so you'll be back in the future with other proposals. So we'll get a chance to have a cut at. So, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, Commissioner.
Very good. And then the virtual power plant. How does that fit in with the work that we're doing with regard to the statutory pilot on storage that we're still actively engaged in the docket? How's that work with that?
So I actually asked one of my colleagues, Mr. Justin Felt, is manager of utility planning, and I would ask him to chime in here and elaborate a little bit on a response to you, Commissioner.
Yep, thank you, and it's a great question, Commissioner O'Donnell. So essentially, the statutory proceeding, case 9619, is focused on a number of different, dual-purpose storage facilities. So, for instance, BGE submitted 2 projects, both front of the meter, one owned by a third party, owned by BGE. And so the key difference is, I think, is that proceeding is really focused on distribution grid reliability. You notice if you look at the projects, the predominant number of those were focused on solving feeder level issues. Now, what we're proposing here is, it's a service area wide program, incentive based, customer and third party owned residential storage facilities. And so what we'd be doing is leveraging the programs that we're already in place, connected rewards, as well as a lot of the software solutions that help enable that. And so by looking at this as more of a service area wide, as well as a program that's incentive based, and we're leveraging the customer value streams and the customer needs for this, but also allowing that incentive to let us direct the discharge to benefit our distribution, as well as benefit the demand response applications. Yep, thank you.
It's not clear in my mind yet how the two fit together. So I'll have to look at that a little closer, maybe educate myself on how they kind of fit hand in glove.
Sure.
Thank you for that.
If there are no other questions, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Doohan.
Here we go. Next slide, please. BG is proud to have received so much local, regional, and national recognition for our successful implementation and marketing of the EmPOWER Maryland programs. Even in a year marred by COVID, BG's EmPOWER programs are reaching our customers and continue to be award-winning. We're proud to continue to be recognized as an Energy Star Partner of the Year, as well as achieving a top 5 rating by ACEEE and a Power Players finalist at SEPA. Our marketing has won multiple awards, recognizing our creative approach to reaching and engaging our customers. Next slide, please. BG EmPOWER's reputation is strong, and our expertise is sought after. Our programs are highlighted at industry conferences and symposiums. Our team members, industry boards and committees, and our programs are positively portrayed in the press. Our continued EmPOWER success energy saving, lower customer bills, industry awards and recognition, customer satisfaction is no easy task. We do not operate a turnkey program. We strategically design, communicate, and deliver high-quality, cost-effective programs. We strive to stay ahead of technology and standard, changing state and federal policies and regulations. We reach our customers in ways we never dreamed of when EmPOWER Maryland began, using and segmenting social media, streaming services, and gamification on mobile apps. No longer is a great ad in the Baltimore Sun and on drive time radio enough. It is through our hard work and dedication, evaluating and updating strategies that result in our customers embracing our programs and why BGE's EmPOWER programs continue to be recognized. Next slide, please. This has come up several times over the last few days. We need to determine the future of EmPOWER Maryland, and BGE is looking forward to creating the next phase of EmPOWER Maryland. The current legislation will require action by this commission by July 1st, 2022, and we all know a year and a half is a lot closer than it sounds. Next slide, please. Voted throughout these hearings, continuing to offer cost-effective traditional energy efficiency programs meeting the 2% goal will be difficult. So I question if EmPOWER Maryland should remain static or should we continue to focus on driving a cleaner environment? With conversations about clean energy, carbon reduction, greenhouse gas, climate change, we should look beyond but not exclude traditional power programs that will reduce greenhouse gas and lower overall customers' costs, not necessarily or exclusively their utility bill. Technologies are changing quickly. Federal and state carbon reduction goals may come or go. We need to be flexible to create change. Look forward to participating in discussions about the future of EmPOWER Maryland. We also respectfully request that an order be issued to allow for sufficient time for the EmPOWER utilities to implement their plans by the first of the year. And BGE thanks the commissioners and the stakeholders for this opportunity. That concludes BGE's Outbound.
Thank you, Ms. Duhan. I've been seeing a lot of these cartoon characters all over the internet recently, actual cartoons, and I must be looking up EmPOWER too much on my Google searches. So,
but there you go, a whole new way of marketing, Chairman Stick.
Well, thank you to all the BGE team members for this presentation. I was reviewing staff's comments the other day, and they recommend approval for the overwhelming majority of the program. I know some of the PID issues they may have some concerns with. As you know, I'm a strong supporter of electrification of transportation and promoting electric vehicles. One of my other colleagues a few minutes ago at an earlier presentation involving PEPCO expressed some concern with the make-ready homes and including EV wiring in the garages, I'm guessing. Can we hear BGE's explanation as how that is an energy efficiency program? I see why it makes sense for a new builder to install the wiring before the drywall goes up, but how is it an energy efficiency program?
This is Eric Upco with the residential programs. You know, I would echo Mr. Ellis' comment from earlier. This is really just kind of, we're looking at ways to, you know, extend things like PC44 and, you know, help customers be proactive and forward thinking when it comes to things like this. And I think it's a great opportunity. I think that we're, you know, it's something that maybe we'll get that conversation going with customers and get things moving in that direction where we think about, you know, the greater picture of efficiency.
Chairman Stanek, you're on mute.
Thank you. I appreciate those efficiencies and you referencing the PC44 docket. I'm also cognizant that right now only 2% of vehicles on the road are EVs. It's an issue to consider. Thank you. I'll turn to some of my colleagues if they have questions.
I do.
Commissioner Herman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Doohan. Nice to see you.
I'm Commissioner Herman, and I'm enjoying your Red Baron in the background there.
Ah, thank you. So just a couple of initial questions. PEPCO noted that it was planning to exceed the target by 40%. Do you have a similar plan? You know, how far above the 2% goal do you shoot for in an effort to at least at a minimum meet the goal?
Right. Off the top of my head, I don't know that I have that number. Someone on the team may be able to look it up while we're speaking, but I know we do try and plan for greater than 2%, so that if a program does not pan out as it should, if you have a year like this, God forbid another year of COVID, that you're getting some programs to make up for the loss. So I know that we do plan for a little bit more, but I don't know that number off the top of my head.
That's okay. I don't know if any of the other team wants to chime in. Okay. So I asked PEPCO or PHI the question about whether or not there was an analysis of going beyond 100 kW demand for small business. They said they had some numbers for 125 and 150. Do you also have those kinds of figures?
Mr. Wolf, do you have an answer? There you go.
Yeah. So we did an analysis a few months ago to sort of look at
Bill, you're breaking up. If you turn off your video, the audio may present better.
Okay. Yeah, is that better?
Much.
Mm-hmm. So BG&E did sort of look at this, and for BG&E, customers between 100 and 150 kW is probably about 1,000 to 2,000 customers out of 12,000 customer base for larger customers. BG&E does have a concern going much beyond the 100 kW for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, the small business program delivers energy savings at about 40 cents per kWh. Customers that are between 100 and 150 kW are served by our trade allies under our prescriptive program, and that's done at a cost of less than 20 cents per kWh. So there is an impact in cost in including those customers in the small business program. Those customers certainly would be eligible to receive higher incentives and could participate in the small business energy advance, but we kind of feel that they are being served by contractors in the prescriptive program, and that's a very strong trade ally network that we don't want to make sure that they get excluded because the majority of the customers fall under the small business.
Okay, thanks. So
Commissioner Herman, I think in response for projected energy savings as percent of sales for 2021, we're looking at 2.2, for 2022, 2.3, and 2023, 2.34.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Doohan, I think this one goes to you. Do you anticipate any delays due to a ramp up or changes in implementing contractors or any of that?
Delays in new programs that we're suggesting? I don't believe so. I think that our contractors are ready to go, and we're ready to move forward, and I think that we'll be in good shape. Some of our programs are a little bit slower in the first year, and that would be incorporated into our energy savings.
Okay. So it occurred to me, if the DHCD expands to 250% of the federal poverty, does that potentially impact the participation in your programs?
And we would have to talk to them about what's happening, but clearly we try not to cannibalize each other's programs. We try to make sure that if customer is qualified for their version of a home audit, that we don't try and encourage them to have a QHAC. So there could certainly be potential, and I don't know that I see that as problematic in terms of customers getting the service and the energy savings that they deserve that are energy efficient and cost effective. Does that impact our 2% goal? Possibly.
Right, because it seemed like that was those income levels, seemed, while, it's great to want to help as many people as possible, the overlap, I'm just trying to figure out how you manage the potential overlap in these programs.
As we do now, we don't exclude a limited income customer from participating in one of our programs, but we try not to actively recruit them. I think it gets harder for us to know who they are as the income level increases, because they are less likely to participate in any programs that identify them as limited income. So I think it's a balance that we'll have to work through.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Wolf, you were pretty emphatic with the chairman about not even an incidental export. And what we heard yesterday was that completely takes fuel cells out of the program. Is there some way that we can accommodate fuel cells in the program?
I don't believe that it takes the fuel cells out of the program. We have many large customers that could be using very large size fuel cells that just generate electricity at their facility. I'm not an expert on the technology, but I don't think that that's a hindrance for them to not participate at all. And in my discussions with them, they had indicated that this was not a deal breaker, that if they did not get this, that they would not participate in our programs.
Yeah, because it sounded to me like there was a physics problem more so than a profit issue.
Yeah, and as I said, I don't understand the technology. I mean, if it was a case of winding down the machine and it generated more electricity than the facility could use, and some of it went back into the grid, I don't know how that works. Typically for CHP, because we don't allow exporting, most of our CHP projects are designed to stay around 80% of the facilities of requirement so that they don't have the need to export.
Okay. Just let me run through here. The staff on your virtual commissioning program, the staff suggested that we needed more concrete plans before we approve them. Is there additional information that you think could be provided that would assist in our review so that it wouldn't cause concern with the staff?
Yes, that's no problem. It is a new program. We are trying to fully understand how it's going to work. So we are using an outside vendor to help us implement this program, so we could have them prepare a report for the commission.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions, Commissioner Linton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to everybody at BGE. Start off first with a question related to the presentation we heard before lunch from DHCD regarding their interest in expanding the LMI level to 250% of the federal poverty level. And I'm curious as to what impact that would have on BGE's programs. Have you considered that? Is that part of your forecasts for the 21 through 23 period? I didn't pick a person. I guess anybody.
Yeah, no. I think when we developed our plan, we were not. We had conversations with DHCD throughout the planning process, but this wasn't something that they had expressed as being that they were finally finalized that they were going to include. So our plan is based on the current market and how our programs have currently run when it comes to things like our home performance program and our QHAC program.
Okay, so there's a lot of households that would be eligible, so I suspect there wouldn't be any overlap. But are there any issues that the commission needs to be concerned about if the number is approved at a 250 level?
I think that BGE, we work with DHCD on programs for customers that have the need. I think they need to focus on those customers that do have the most need first, and then move up the chain. But I think there is some issues that could potentially come up as they expand the criteria. And we'll continue to work with them if that's the case. But
okay, so I guess at this point you've developed certain marketing materials and other information that's targeting potentially the same consumer. So since we're talking about this program beginning within about 2 months or so, are you able to make changes in time in order to accommodate a change to 250? Or I guess I'm trying to figure out how it's going to work out. So anything you could tell me would be helpful.
We're willing to continue to talk with DHCD. I think that there's definitely going to be some overlap. We've tried to work with them in the past to make sure that any customer that qualifies for a DHCD program is definitely choosing that program, and whatever program gets the most benefit for the ratepayer.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I had a question for Mr. Wolf. He presented the new proposed program on the outdoor lighting program. It's on slide 10 of your slide deck.
Yes, that's correct.
So this would be a new incentive to consumer-owned unmetered streetlights. So this would be just for this new EmPOWER surcharge. This is just a flat rate volumetric charge for these customers.
Actually, we have not determined that yet. We are working with our rates and tariffs folks to sort of determine how that surcharge is going to work and what customer base we apply it to. When we file our surcharges in November for these programs, you will not see a street light because, as I said, there's still some discussions about the impact to this customer class. So you will see a surcharge filing on that at a later time.
Okay, so I know that for this market is, especially for customer-owned ones, is somewhat competitive. So have you had an opportunity to talk with other members of the other people in the market to see what the interest is in a program like this?
That's one of the things that we will be doing. We want to talk to customers to see if there's an interest and to sort of get their, I guess, feedback on the surcharge impact.
Okay. And I guess it's the idea of converting outdoor lighting to LED has been going on for several years now. So some of these customer-owned properties might have already converted to LED. So with this program, is there a additional benefit that the program could offer to customers that might have already installed LED light?
Yes, and that's an excellent point, Commissioner Linton. And one of the things that we are concerned about, that there are a few customers that have converted almost all of their lights, and that they would be paying into the surcharge, and what benefits would they get out of that. So that's one of the things that we're studying.
Okay. I think the concept is a good idea. I'm hoping that there's maybe some more. I mean, you're still working on it, I understand, so that's good. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you for that, Mr. Wolf. I have one other question regarding the, find it here. It's on slide 11 regarding it's one of the behavioral programs for school education. And my question, obviously, across the state of Maryland, at least, there's quite a few students that are engaged in virtual distance learning right now. So, you have mom, dad, and other relatives that are playing the role of assistant teacher. So, has there been any modification or enhancement to the school education programs to take advantage of or to help continue to operate it in light of the current conditions, which might last for a while, for all we know?
I'll take that one, Commissioner Linton. Yes. I wish I could say COVID is behind us. I don't think anybody ever imagined the impacts would have been this far into 2020 still. When we first started designing the program, obviously COVID was not an impact or even a concern for the education kit program, for the measures being installed and all the school materials. But with the recent implications that COVID has had on our schooling system, we've been working with our program implementator vendor to make sure that we're kind of making sure materials are virtual wherever possible. We've pivoted for an approach to do a hybrid approach if virtual learning is still occurring, to make sure that we can get energy efficiency measures and that education material directly to the students' homes versus having to send it to teachers for that pickup and that distribution that's occurring. So realistically, we're really looking at the current environment, watching the school systems as more and more schools go back to in-person. We have a plan for 2021 to say if there are not as many teachers that want to participate for the 5th grade, which is what we're targeting, that we'll open up for limited time to 6th grade education because it kind of fits those Maryland education standards, just because we don't want to be a burdensome to school teachers. Again, we're just trying to make sure that spirit and we're fitting them with what they need to encourage them with all the many hardships that they're going through right now with their classroom training.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that it's obviously not something that's slipped the company's attention. You've clearly been focused on it, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Ms. Lansky, and for everybody else at BG. Thanks for answering my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Additional questions for BG?
Commissioner Richard, do you have questions? I have a follow-up, but I'll wait if you want to go. If you have a question.
No, I think most of my questions have been answered in the presentation of my others, so go ahead, Commissioner.
Just a follow-up, Ms. Doohan, to questions from Commissioners Linton and Herman regarding the change of the federal poverty level for eligibility, some of the programs from DHCD. Could you give me your opinion of this? Might it be advisable to ask the LMI work group and the stakeholders to take this issue up so that the impacts can be fully understood and potential overlaps can be clearly identified, and come back to us Q1, Q2 with a recommendation in this area? Is that what do you
That sounds like an excellent, to me, that's an excellent idea, Commissioner. I was just looking up what the numbers were, and 250% of the poverty level, if for a family of 3, is $54,000. So it's really hard to avoid providing services to them if you look at zip codes or other things that we might normally, people that are getting significant energy assistance. So I think it's very advisable to look at what all the implications would be to make sure you don't want to waste money double marketing. You don't want a customer to choose home audit A if they really are eligible for a strong home audit on B, but you also don't want them, I think Mr. Ropko used the term, kind of moving up the chain. You don't want to go for the the easy customer that could be highly served with a less expensive audit. So I think that's a great idea.
So if we maintain status quo ante, when we get the Q1, Q2, 2021 updates, do you think the work group would have enough time to work their way through all those issues?
I can't speak to that. I was not an active member of the limited income group, so I would hope so, but I can't answer that question.
Maybe it's some other group. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud on this, but.
No, that seems like the appropriate work group. I just answered that question.
Yeah, I think that'll be ample time to work through the issues. I know right now for the Maryland Energy Assistance Program, that's 150% of the federal poverty level or below. So there's, going up to 250 is a different metric that we would need to track as a utility. But again, the customer needs to self-identify. Obviously with COVID going on, we see people are losing their jobs and people are maybe not unemployed, but they're underemployed. So their income status is changing. So there are a lot of moving parts when it comes to this, but I think that we're definitely open to working with all the parties on this.
Yeah, and of course, I don't know what the commission will decide on this. Was something for us to consider, and maybe there's a shorter time period so that we don't delay whatever values the stakeholders end up agreeing on or disagreeing on. Maybe there's a shorter period, but it's certainly something for us to consider and think about. So thank you for those responses. I appreciate it.
Seeing no additional questions for the BGE team, thank you for all the efforts that you put into filing your report as well as this presentation this afternoon. Before we recess for the day, in terms of tomorrow, our final and fourth day of the EmPOWER hearing, we'll begin with the last program administrator to present, which is the Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. We'll then hear from the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates, and we'll conclude the day by hearing from the 3 state agencies, including OPC, Maryland Energy Administration, and Commission's staff. With that, we are on recess until tomorrow, October 29th at 10 a.m. Have a nice evening. We are off the record.